I'm Rich Thomason. There's extensive property damage across parts of the southeast after powerful storms, including suspected tornadoes, pounded the region. And forecasters warn of the possibility of more severe weather through week's end. Iran claims it's reviewing a new U.S. proposal to end the war as President Trump threatens more bombing if no deal is reached. The BBC's Peter Bowes.
President Trump is now calling the war with Iran a skirmish. He insists it's going very smoothly and that any hardship caused to Americans because of high fuel prices will be short-term and worth it to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions. His latest statements about the negotiations with Tehran have been optimistic but vague. But there are few outward signs of a deal being imminent. With tensions across the region, an agreement between Iran and the U.S. remains elusive.
Today's AAA national average for a gallon of regular gas, $4.55, up 2 cents from yesterday. The California average, $6.16 a gallon. Russia's defense ministry reports its air defenses shot down 347 Ukrainian drones overnight. The major attack comes after Moscow rejected Kiev's ceasefire earlier in the week. Investigating corruption allegations, the FBI has searched an office of powerful Virginia Democratic State Senator Louise Lucas. Federal raid in Portsmouth stems from an alleged bribery scheme involving a marijuana dispensary business. The cruise ship at the center of a deadly hantavirus outbreak is now on its way to Spain's Canary Islands. 3 people have died. The World Health Organization says 5 of the 8 reported cases have been confirmed by lab tests. On Wall Street this morning, stock futures modestly higher. The Dow futures are up 7 points. NASDAQ futures better by 28 points. More on these stories at townhall.com.
If you're hearing my voice, chances are you're either worried about a parent living alone or you are that parent. And you know your family worries about you too. Either way, there's a company that finally got senior safety right. Connected Caregiver. Connected Caregiver is everything you knew about alert devices, fall detection, emergency button, GPS, reimagined for today. There's a small wearable that alerts your family's phone the moment something happens. Inside your home, discrete sensors, no cameras, no microphones, just motion sensors have you covered even when you're not wearing it. No movement for hours, your loved ones will know. For the kids, you go from hoping everything's okay to knowing it is. And for you, you stay in your home on your terms while giving your precious family the peace of mind they've been asking for. That's not losing independence, that's keeping it. Visit ccgoffer.com to see if you qualify for a free device. It takes 2 minutes. That's ccgoffer.com, ccgoffer.com. Do it today.
The leader of the largest country in South America visits President Trump today at the White House.
President Trump's posture toward Brazil and its current president has swung from negative when he imposed 50% tariffs last year and tied them to the prosecution of former President Jair Bolsonaro to this last October.
I think we'll be able to do some pretty good deals. We've been speaking, and I think we'll end up having a very good relationship. We always have had a good relationship.
Trump loosened those tariffs, and Brazil's finance minister says when President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva visits the White House Thursday, tariffs will be on his agenda. But so will cooperation in fighting organized crime and Brazil's rare earth deposits, the world's second largest. The finance minister says while foreign investment is welcome, Brazil also wants to develop those raw minerals domestically. I'm Ben Thomas.
More news and analysis at townhall.com. They're leaving no stone unturned in the hunt for a couple of Americans who disappeared in Northwest Africa.
Over 600 military personnel are still searching in Morocco for 2 U.S. Army soldiers who went missing Saturday night while taking part in an annual multinational military exercise called African Lion. Amid conflicting reports, the 2 are believed to have been on a recreational hike and may have fallen and been swept out to sea. The Moroccan Navy released video showing aircraft scanning the ocean, canine crews scouring a rocky shoreline, and divers looking in underwater caves. A U.S. defense official told the Associated Press the search has covered more than 17 square miles of ocean and coastline. I'm Jennifer King.
Chief Justice John Roberts is defending what he suggests is the impartiality of the Supreme Court, telling a judicial conference in Pennsylvania the justices are not political actors. He says justices make their decisions based on the law, not their personal policy preferences. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at CampRapidan.com. That's CampRapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
What if you had a plan to build income outside your job? At Lifestyles Unlimited, you'll learn how people are investing in real estate to grow their income and make smarter financial choices one property at a time. Right now, join us for just $297. That's a savings of $443 off our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Happy Thursday morning, listening family. Practice Friday, Friday Eve, however you want to call it. You're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobb. Good time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Looking at a high today of 60 with rain, a low of 44 tonight. Right now, the temperature is 57, and I can vouch that it's also pretty rainy outside. Squirrels were winners again last night against Akron, 5-4. First pitch tonight at 7:05. Star Wars night at Carmax Park. Maybe they'll celebrate by showing the best Star Wars movie of all time afterward. Star Trek II, The Wrath of Khan. That's not necessarily a compliment, folks. Speaking of wrath, though, how about the wrath of the Nats? Tuesday, the Twins throttled the Nats, but last night the Nats returned the favor, pummeling the Twins 15-2. First pitch this afternoon, supposed to be at 1:05, but DC, I don't know. You're looking at a high today of 68 and rain. Low tonight of 48. Right now the temperature is 55 degrees. In Atlanta, high of 72 and rainy today, low of 52. Right now the temperature is 63 and rainy. Braves fall to the Mariners yesterday 3-1. Philadelphia, you were winners again last night against the A's. First pitch tonight at 6:40. Game 3 between the Flyers and the Canes tonight at 8. City of Brotherly Love, you'll see a high today of 67 degrees with showers, a low of 51. Right now the temperature is also 51 degrees. All right, Morgantown. High today of 63 and partly cloudy, a low of 39 with possible showers. Right now, the temperature for you out in West Virginia is 45 degrees. Yinzers, I told you that Arizona wasn't going to score 9 runs with the best pitcher in the world on the mound last night. And sure enough, he and the rest of the Pirates' pitching staff, they blanked him. 1-0 Buccos. So we get the win last night. Celebrate for the Pirates. High today in the 412 of 62, partly cloudy. A low of 43 with possible showers. Right now, the temperature is 41 degrees in Pittsburgh. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday morning from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth. Your deplorable of the Oracles, Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Cinco de Mayo, only a memory now. The Americanized holiday recognizing Mexico's victory over the French in the Battle of Puebla in 1862. Bar specials, food, and fraternity parties. Drinko de Mayo read a sign at a University of Minnesota frat house, getting the attention of the Bias Response and Referral Network due to a complaint supposedly from offended Mexicans. An Alpha News story cites the College Fix reporting on an unidentified person complaining to them last May 1st that, quote, drinking tequila shots, eating tacos, and wearing sombreros do not commemorate Mexican culture. On the contrary, that offends, marginalizes, and isolates many of our friends, classmates, and community members, and casts our entire community in poor light, close quote. So to this likely young white community activist female, probably that one from Sartell, claiming to speak for the entire Mexican culture, would it be better if instead we focus on their cartel gangs raping women and children, forcing them into a lifetime of indentured servitude to illegally get them across our nation's border, filling our country with deadly narcotics and forcing us to build a really expensive border wall and fund thousands of patrol agents to fight off all the people from Central America whom the government and citizens willingly allow free passage through their country to get to ours? Thinking outside the box? Or we could continue celebrating their culture as one of fun, good food and drinks, and camaraderie with our fellow mankind, if that's okay with you. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild.
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, good morning. You're on the John Fredericks Radio Network. All the apps. You got me. Roku, Apple TV, Fire Stick. You got a smart TV. Just download John Fredericks app. You get us 6 to 10 Well, and then you get Michael Patrick Lake, but you're going to be expanding that. All of it's expanding. We're all expanding. It's good to have you with us today. I am fired up. Are you fired up today? Truth and clarity lives right here. I can't get up, jump out of bed in the morning because I know I've got my 5 a.m. Central. I don't forget you guys. And 6 a.m. audience right here with us in studio in Washington, D.C., where we launch a new segment today. Oh, there's a lot of things going on today, Danny boy. A lot of things. If you sent me an email, Dan, I didn't read it. I send you emails at 3:30 in the morning. That's when I'm at the top of my game, Dan. If you saw the one today, we got a lot of cool things going on. We're launching another panel today. It's going to be our fourth panel that we have every week, and it's really been a mainstay as we grow these along with Chairman's Corner. That's right, Chairman's Corner, which is a featuring different Republican chairmen around the country of their states. And we've had a lot on Josh McCoon on the other day, and we've got a lot more coming your way. But we're launching DC Dispatch today. That's right, DC Dispatch, 9 to 10 a.m. right here in Washington, D.C. Vice Chair of the DC GOP and my political director, Christina Goodlander, is heading that up with me and our panel, Mayra Pickering, who has been a long-time Republican activist here in Washington, ran for city council a couple times. Actually got a pretty decent vote share. Great lady. Also, Lindsay Rowland will be with us. She runs DC America First. So a cool organization that she started. Great lady. And also Terry Gilberg will be on our panel. Terry, longtime activist here, TV and radio talk show. She'll be live with me in studio. The others will be by stream. And everybody wanted to come to the studio, Dan, but I'm not. I wasn't ready for that today. Maybe next week we'll figure it out. Get a few chairs in here. Get Ann or somebody to run the camera. But right now they're coming in by Zoom. But another announcement. This is what you get when you tune in at 6. You get all the announcements. You're at the top of your game right here. Another big announcement to be made, and a really cool one, is that at 10:30 today, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we are preempting regular programming. And we're going to carry live, check this out, we're going to carry live, Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, Pam Evitt, is having a press conference live. She opened it up to the media. I convinced them to open it up to the world. I said, I'll just carry it live. And that presser she is urging, I'll put it politically correct terms, she's urging South Carolina Governor McMaster to call a special session to redistrict and get South Carolina in line with the maps, which we pick up another seat. Now, their primary is June 3rd. So what McMaster would have to do in that special session is they would have to postpone that primary for maybe a month. Maybe they make it, the end of June, right? They'd have to postpone it just like Governor Landry did in Louisiana. I have no problem with this. This is what Brian Kemp should do. He's not going to do it. But this is another seat to pick up. And McMaster is open to the idea. Pam Evitt, who is running for governor, trying to push him over the top a little bit, having this presser. And here's why I really like Pam Evitt. I mean, they send this thing out yesterday. And I want everybody to understand this. They send this thing out. It was just a press release. Hey, press conference at 10:30. Pam Evitt going to be talking about whatever. Going to be talking about redistricting and having a special session and urging the governor to do that. If you want press credentials and you want to get in on the Zoom, here's the application or here's the person to email. We'll vet you. And then, this is kind of how it works. And then you get a link and you go in. And of course that gets passed on to others. So, they do the best they can. But so I call up Matt Goins, who's their comms director. And I'm like, Matt, I got an idea. He's like, what? I said, look, here's my idea. You're having this press conference. You're limiting to basically media. You don't know what they're going to say. You don't know how they're going to spin it, especially in South Carolina, because most of it is libtard media. So it's all fake news. Why don't you let me carry it live? And then they can't spin it. And then it's all over the country and we'll announce it all day. Let me carry it live. And I said, oh, I'll have to run that up the chain. I said, okay. Their first reaction is going to be no, right? it absolutely knee-jerk reaction. No, can't do that because they lose control of it, right? All the consultants will say no. So let him say no, count to 5 when they all say no, and then say, look, we're opening it up to the press. If we're going to open up to the press, then we're at their mercy of what they're going to say about it. If we carry it live, they have to tell the truth because it's live on national TV and national radio on a syndicated network. Then they'll reconsider. So I'm in the middle of dinner. He calls me back. He said, hey, John, I got it done. So 10:30, we're going to be tuning in to Pam Evitt. And what is this you're telling me here, Dan? I'm seeing all this text about phone lines. What are you talking about? Regular phone lines? Oh, this is
Ed Uranian. Yeah, he's already in the waiting room, and we're
fine. It's fine. If you can't get his video, just dial him in. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
We got it. Yep. You got it.
Text here from Eddie Uranian in Egypt. No. I got much going on, Dan.
Exactly.
I can't deal with this at 6:20 in the morning for the second consecutive day. Sorry.
Right.
I just can't do it.
I got it.
Love him, but I can't do it.
We'll figure it out.
End the nightmare for me, please.
You got it. Absolutely.
All right. Anyway, we're very excited about 10:30, and that's going to be Pam. But I tell you what, this is why I think she can win this race. That campaign's got balls. I mean, this is a ballsy move for them. So we're going to be carrying that live, and there you have it. Meantime, things are getting a little better. We understand with the Iranian situation, so we're excited about that. President Trump saying that he's trying to make a deal, but he's been saying that forever. So I don't really take any stock in it. All I know is keep choking them off, keep opening up the strait, keep trying to get rid of their bomb. And when you do that, then you can declare victory. Whatever deal they make, they're going to break it. Whatever deal they make is a lie. Whatever they commit to, somebody will say he didn't have the authority. You don't know who you're dealing with. I just want to go in and end this thing. I don't get what they're doing. I really don't. I want to go in. I want to open up the strait. I want to get our destroyers in there. I want to escort everybody through. I want to end it. And if that means taking over islands, dropping bombs, I don't really care. If you're going to say this whole war is about one thing, and that one thing is they don't have a nuclear weapon, then let's be damn sure they can't get a nuclear weapon. Otherwise, what is the point of this? A deal where they can sneak it is what's been happening for 50 years, right? Money on pallets. We know the whole story. That's why I support what President Trump is doing 100%. But listen, it is what it is. And what the president needs to do now is, and look, I understand he wants to negotiate. That's his nature. And I get it. I respect that. He wants to make a deal. But any deal has got to be, you have no enriched uranium and we take it out. Any deal has to be, the straits are open and you don't control it, because they can turn around and do it again in a week or a month, like Rubio said. So none of those deals to me add up to anything but a time suck. Go in, finish a job, get it done, move on. Get gas prices down lower than ever. Lower than ever. When we end this thing, they don't have a bomb, and that oil starts flowing again and all the oil we're producing, lower than ever. Why do you think the stock market keeps going up and business is booming? The economy is booming. You know, the Democrats sit around and tell you every day how miserable your life is. I mean, have you ever seen this in your life where you have the fake news and the Democrats telling you day after day how horrible your existence is, how wretched living in this country is, how wretched you are? Because gas is up $1.50. It was up $5 under Biden. You know what they said? It's transitory. It's supply chain problems with the Russian-Ukraine war. It's Ukraine and Russia. It's supply chain. It's transitory. Nobody, not a peep out of anybody. All of a sudden you pay an extra $1.50. You live a wretched existence. And they're rooting actively for us to lose the war. They want Iran to get a bomb. I think they want them to get a bomb and threaten the world. As long as that means they get 10 House seats, they don't care. They don't care if they nuke Tel Aviv. Long as they're in power, collateral damage for the greater good. This is who you're dealing with. All of them. And the rhinos right up there with them. So we're purging them out like we did in Indiana. This is a long-term, it's been going on since 2018. It's 2016. 10-year purge of rhinos. They retire, they leave office, they get beat in primaries, they get beat by a Democrat, whatever. They just get beat. Or they just are too old. And 6 years from now, there'll be none of them. They're all gone. Another Senate cycle. McConnell's going. Tillis is going. They're all going. It's going to be fine. We just got to lace them up and lace them tight. We're going to win these midterms. I'll tell you another thing. This, what's going on right now in Virginia with Louise Lucas, not good. Where do we get a hold of this on the Virginia gang tomorrow? That is going to be something else. We got clips coming up for that. In fact, we got Eddie Uranian coming up. He's got some news there that he wanted to tell me about. We'll get his take on the war. He's coming up in a couple of minutes. But wow, we got today's show's packed. I got so much stuff. I don't even know where to start. But here's where I'm going to start with a cup of my 1776 coffee. My first sip of the day. I got up today. I had to get up early. I had to clean the office because I got a guest coming, and I had dinner last night, so I was a little busy. But I got up early at 3 so I could clean my office. Aren't you proud of me, Dan? I got a little Dan rubbing off of me now. I can't have you show me up there in rich Vegas. Hang on, I got to have a sip of my 1775. Damn, that is good coffee. Hang on a second. I tell you what, every day I come here, every day I make a pot, every day the first sip of it, now I've been up 3.5 hours. This is my first sip. Every sip gets better. It's the most unbelievable coffee. You know why? Beans, fresh, roasted daily from Bolivia. That's the difference. And it doesn't matter. You get the beans, you get the ground, you get the K-cups. I got all three. I like the dark roast. They also have medium. They have premium. Hang on. Got to have one more. It is so good. We got you. 1 cup, we got you. Yep. Larry knows. On the bus, Larry used to drink that garbage like Sheets or something. I'm like, dude, quality of life. Don't be drinking that nasty stuff. Don't be drinking that stuff at the Exxon station. It's disgusting. Right here, 1775. Make it fresh right on the bus. Right? I gave Larry a box when he left. I said, you too can lead a quality coffee life for pennies a day. All you got to do is go to 1775coffee.com. 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. Boom. 10% off. And you are good to go. So, folks, what's happening in Virginia? Now, Louise Lucas got in a little problem here. Let's see if we can pull this. How much time I got, Dan? Oh, I might not have enough time to get this. I got your Uranian coming up. Let's see where this is, Danny. Let's see. Cut 16. Fox News says, multiple arrests made in the FBI raids across Virginia connected to State Senate President Louise Lucas. Well, that's number 16, Danny. Let's see if we can squeeze that in. Go ahead.
Back to this, and now we can. Federal agents are arresting people in that string of FBI raids across Virginia. This is all connected to an influential Democrat in the Commonwealth of Virginia, State Senator Louise Lucas. They are at her office executing warrants as a part of a major corruption probe. So I want to go back now to Alex Hogan, who's there. Alex.
Hi, Harris. So you can still see that the FBI are behind me. We've been seeing them throughout the morning, bringing boxes in and out. They also told staff members they needed to leave the building. We heard some of those employees coming out saying that they were told they had to leave and they were not allowed back inside. I do want to give you some context of where we are. The FBI not only arriving here at this location, but also at the dispensary, the cannabis dispensary, just across the parking lot. And this is a look at what it looked like earlier today with the FBI agents arriving, SWAT teams getting out of their vehicles with weapons, telling people inside that cannabis dispensary to put their hands up and to come outside. At least 3 people were taken into custody. Federal law enforcement say that they're carrying out these court-authorized criminal search warrants at more than 10 locations across the state. Again, this is the State Senator Louise Lucas's office behind me, but we're also learning that she is connected to this dispensary here. Senator Lucas is president pro tem, meaning she's one of the highest and most powerful figures in the entire state legislature. And when she arrived here, I asked her about being here as the FBI raided these locations. Take a listen.
Is there anything that we can say about what they're doing? I don't know what's going on. I just came from another point, so I'm just gonna wait until they tell me.
So again, dozens of members of the FBI arriving here and being here throughout the last hour, taking boxes of documents we could imagine from the office behind.
Well, looky what we have here. I guess all the Democrats are saying this is politically motivated. They're not going to tell you that the investigation started under the Biden administration. They're the ones that launched the investigation with the FBI under Merrick Garland. Yeah, it's Trump's fault. Yeah, okay, yeah. Biden started it. You, my friends, are on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America, and I am your Godzilla of the truth. Don't forget, get your 1775 coffee. Go to 1775coffee.com. Promo code Godzilla. 10% off. Quality of life. I'm going to be right back. Great show coming up today. Stay with us.
Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord Himself. Without Him, there is no life within us. Those are His words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oils can go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today. It did. 15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $25 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
We're better than we are. We're not good enough. We shouldn't even be thinking about beating this 49ers. We shouldn't be talking about it because the Saints ain't good enough. And you guys shouldn't write about us being a playoff team and all that bullshit. That's malarkey. We ain't good enough to beat those guys, and it was proven out there today. It's that simple. We're not good enough yet. We got a long way to go. We got a lot of work to do. We're close, and close don't mean... And you can put that on TV for me. I'm tired of coming close, and we're going to work off till we ain't close anymore, and it may take some time. We're going to get it done. We aren't in there. We aren't good enough. They're better than us. Black and white, simple fact. Could have, would have, should have is the difference of what I'm talking about. The good teams don't come in and say could have. They get it done. All right? It's that simple. I'm tired of saying could have, should have, would have. That's why we ain't good enough yet, because we're saying could have and they ain't.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, good morning. Great to have you back with my 1775 coffee. Eddie Iranian coming up live from Cairo. We're going to get right to him. Now, Eddie's got problems getting online. So he's got issues, right? Because he's in Cairo. He's got to go to a hotel. They're there. He can't get an internet connection. But I'm going to solve this, Eddie, for you. Out of the goodness of my heart, because I've been your friend for 20 years, let's get Ed on the phone. Ed, I'm going to solve your problem. I am the problem solver on the globe of all time. Guess how I'm going to solve it? I'm going to have you write down this simple website, sat123.com. Great segue for my customer promotion because it works. Go to sat123.com and order their portable satellite Starlink that I carry with me around. Now, what their Starlink does, $50 a month is all it is, right? What their Starlink does is it's about yay big. You carry it, and all you got to do is have an open window. You got to have open sky. You got to have a window right there. You turn it on. You point the antenna right out the window, and it picks up the satellite signal, and you get the best internet connection you're ever going to have. And it is portable, so you can do it in your office. Long as you've got a clear view to the sky, it can't be through cement walls. It's not going to work. So you got to have a window. You got to have a balcony. You got to have something where you can do it, right? Or you can go in the Marriott. You can go right outside, go to the little thing, go to the little coffee area out there with a table, set that thing right up. You're good to go. Put your little camera on it, and you're good to go. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Get your Starlink Mini from sat123.com. It's right there. $50 a month, US, all it's going to take, right? Give me your credit card to take it out every month. You got it going all the time. Obviously, if you use it more, you got to pay more. But if it's for an occasion, and $50 a month that's all I pay. It's pretty good for me when I travel. No problem with it. So I'm solving your problem. Once again, just go to sat123.com. And for everybody out there, Just go to sat123.com and get your Starlink Mini. It's $50 a month is all it takes. You get everything. I mean, it's unbelievable service. You don't have to worry about connections or jetpacks like I've got and all this garbage I'm driving around with. I am a believer. Now I got our engineers moving our transmitter towers from receiving it from Comcast. That's almost all gone. Most of it is what is it, Dan? Not DirecTV, the dish. Most of it's the dish. Now we're moving it to Starlink because it never goes out, right? Once in a while, this snow will hit it, and snow automatically melts when you get it out there. But it's a great product. Elon Musk has figured it out. So go to sat123.com, get your portable Starlink. Always be wired, always be in touch, always be able to reach and get online and do whatever you want just by going to sat123.com. Get your Starlink Mini, and I want to thank the visionary of sat123.com, Tina Blanco, for figuring all this out. She's just an extraordinary young lady, and it's great to have her on our team. Thank you, Tina, for all you do. Jennifer Suarez, thank you as well. You got a great team there. Just go to sat123.com. Okay, let's get to Eddie Iranian live in Cairo. Ed by phone. Ed, good to have you with us.
Thank you, John. Thank you for having me. Unfortunately, that solution wouldn't work here because our Egyptian friends would not let that stuff through the airport. And unless I brought it in illegally, I can't figure out how, honestly, but it really just wouldn't work here.
So they won't let you.
It works here, yeah.
So the Egyptian authorities, if they sent this to you, you ordered it online, and they sent it to your address,
right?
It couldn't get through.
Yeah.
What would happen to it?
No, it wouldn't. They'd hold on to it for 6 years in customs.
Why?
So I couldn't use it.
Why?
I guess they're reluctant to have journalists operating right at this point. I mean, they're really concerned about foreign correspondents operating in the country. I mean, basically, they're mostly concerned about the Muslim Brotherhood, but they're also concerned about a lot of other things, especially with this war going on. I mean, they've been hit on all four sides. So their software is Chinese, and it's pretty much automatic. It just shuts everything down. If you make too many outside phone lines, you become suspicious, and the software automatically shuts everything down, unless you have a Wi-Fi. And the Wi-Fi, as you can see, is not stable.
So they wouldn't let you have a satellite device that goes right to the sky. How would they? So they can't monitor it once you have it, but having it would be illegal.
Yeah, right. Well, I don't know if it would be illegal, but they just wouldn't let me have it. That's all. It might not be illegal.
So why do you continue to live in a totalitarian regime? Why'd you come home?
Well, this is where everything started. I mean, this is the place where, Moses, we're right now at the Marriott Hotel, which is about where Moses was found on the Nile River, and it's about where the Pharaoh had his palace. I think it was on the other side of the river, but just about this level. And this is where Joseph came and brought his family. It's pretty much the seat of and Jesus came, his family. They were when they left Palestine back in those days. So just about every historic biblical figure has been through Egypt. So this is pretty much the center of the Middle East. If you want to look at it that way, maybe not politically, but that changes.
You're a brave man, Eddie Iranian, staying out there and covering it. Okay, we got exactly 15 minutes, so let's just roll here. So before we get to why you really wanted to come on today, give us your take on what's going on in Iran, the war, your whole take A to Z. Eddie Iranian, foreign correspondent, Cairo, Egypt. Go.
I could be wrong, but I've been wrong. I mean, I've been wrong about a number of things, but I'm not sure that I am. I mean, I believe that the supreme leader is dead. Mujtaba is dead, and I believe the Russians have his body because that's what I heard from friends in Lebanon, that the Russians flew him to their Homaimim air base, which is in Latakia. That's what they did with Assad when Assad fell. They flew him there. They couldn't have possibly gotten his out, or if he were alive, but he's not, since nobody's communicated with him. They couldn't have possibly gotten his body out because the U.S. controlled the airspace over the Kurdish regions. So the U.S. forces would have intercepted any Russian planes or at least stopped them from flying back to Russia with the body. And I believe they have evacuated his top Revolutionary Guard commander. So the kingmaker right now is the Russians, not so much the Chinese, but the Russians. I mean, of course, the president is planning to go to China, which he hasn't done yet. But he needs to cut a deal with Putin. I think that's the most important thing. And in order to cut a deal with Putin, he needs the Europeans to come on board because they want Crimea back officially. And Crimea has always been Russian since 1788. I mean, that's when Catherine took it from the Turks in 1788. So the Russians consider Crimea part of Russia, and the Europeans don't want to let them have it. Which I can understand. The Ukrainians don't want to let them have it either. But the Ukraine is really part of Russia if you look at it historically. I mean, if you've studied your history, I'm sure you have. But anyway, that's what we do at university. And so I don't mean that in an arrogant way. But so anyway, the real deal is with Putin. He's the kingmaker, and I think Trump is trying to deal with him, but he can't do it unless the Europeans stop playing hardball. And they haven't cooperated with the president on anything. They didn't let him use Diego base. They didn't let him use Cyprus. The Brits didn't let him use their air base in Cyprus, which is just a stone's throw from the Middle East. And I think he's more clever than they are anyway because he's building a new air base in Lebanon at the U.S. Embassy in Algar, which is kind of what I wanted to start talking about because that's the real reason I would come on. Because in Lebanon right now, there are a lot of Turkish journalists. They seem to be the only ones covering the conflict in Lebanon, which is kind of key to what's going on everywhere. And since Iran controls these Hezbollah people, and they're the ones that are making most of the trouble right now, and have been making trouble in Gaza and everywhere else, including Yemen. So the president is trying to outfight the Russians by building an air base in Alkar, the U.S. embassy overlooking. It's outside of Beirut, but north of Beirut, and it's also a historic place. But let's not go there; it's too complicated. And that would counter the Russian air base in Latakia. But the Turkish journalists seem to be the only ones going to Lebanon. And a lot of them are not journalists because they're coming from their Idlib base of operations, which is where they have their intelligence agencies. And I think they're moving a lot of intelligence agencies people down.
Sum this up for us. Sum this up. I mean, you're losing me. Yesterday is the IDF bombed, Israeli defense bombed Lebanon suburbs, right? They've already said they have no quarrel with the Lebanese government. They're trying to uproot Hezbollah, so they have bombed the suburbs so that ceasefires crumbled. Just bottom line this for us. Bottom line, the Lebanon situation with Hezbollah, quickly, please.
Bottom line is you've got a lot of places, a lot of towns in the south of Lebanon which are still under Hezbollah control. The Israelis are periodically bombing different towns, but the Hezbollah people, the Iranians, because the Iranians love to dig and tunnel. I've been covering Iran for 30 years. The Iranians love to dig and tunnel, and they've dug and tunneled under the border, among other places, in addition to between all these villages. So you've got a lot of Hezbollah people in these tunnels, hiding in the tunnels, and they could potentially go inside the Israeli territories, the Galilee, northern Galilee, and invade from underground. Which
that's Israel's problem. Like that has nothing to do with us. I mean, that has nothing to do with the Iran war. That has nothing to do with us getting the nuclear enriched uranium out of there, with opening up the strait. I mean, let the Israelis figure out what they're going to do with Hezbollah. I mean, obviously, if
I
Iran
agree
doesn't
with
have
you.
any money, they can't fund Hezbollah. That's part of the object of choking them off.
That's right.
But I don't want to get involved in that. They've been fighting
No,
over there
I
for
understand that you
1,000
would.
years.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. But the main issue is that if they suddenly invaded the north of Israel, that would cause a massive massive monkey wrench in all the plans and all the negotiations that are going on, because that's one of the fronts that they're one of the key facets of these negotiations. So really,
where does Hezbollah get the money?
It could happen.
If you cut Iran off, and we're costing them $500 million a day right now. They don't have anywhere to put the oil. Their tankers are filled to the brim. They're about to bust open.
Right.
You starve them to death.
Right.
What are they going to do?
Right. The Iranians, you mean? Well, I mean,
no, Hezbollah.
They
Hezbollah's
still have their own.
Where does Hezbollah get the money?
They have other sources of funding. Hezbollah has a lot of autonomous funding that they do. They bring in a lot of things from Africa. They have a lot of Shiites in Africa, in the West African countries, and they bring in cars. They import cars. They sell them back to the U.S. They've got a lot of their people in the U.S., in Michigan, and other places where they do business, often illegal business. They steal people's credit cards. They do a lot of illegal things to make money to have a self-supporting operation. So, in addition to smuggling drugs, they're one of the major drug smuggling powers out there. Maybe they're being blockaded right now, but they still have, over the past, smuggled a lot of drugs out of the country.
How do we end this Iranian war, in your opinion?
I think the president has a number of plans, and I think they all seem to go to work. I mean, basically, what I would have said if you asked me at the very outset, and I thought it was going to be a very quick war, but it has turned out to be a very long war, or longer than we predicted. But anyway, I think the plan is basically to have the Shah's son, come back. I believe he's in Azerbaijan, from all I hear, and Azerbaijan is. Are you still there?
Yep.
Am I losing you? Yeah.
No.
Okay.
No.
I believe Tabriz is the north of Iran. It's part of Azerbaijan, and I believe the plan is, or was, and may still be, to bring the Shah to Tabriz, because Tabriz doesn't support the mullahs, because they're Turkish peoples. They're of Turkic origin, and they don't really get along too well with the Persians, and they don't like the mullahs. And so the plan would be to bring him to Tabriz. The regime has very low support in Tehran. They would declare a new government in Tabriz, and then all of a sudden, the people in Tehran would rally to it. And I think it's very easy to take the airport. I mean, it wouldn't take a lot to secure the airport in Tehran.
Well, I'm not sure that regime change is part of the plan. I would like to see that. Problem is that only the IRGC has the guns. And it was like Trump said yesterday, and then I got to go. He's like, it's very difficult, when you have a rally and they have snipers and the person standing next to you, you hear a noise and the person drops dead with a bullet in the head. It's very hard to then continue to have your rally. I mean, that's what Trump said yesterday. I think Trump gets this. I don't think you're going to fly in the Shah's son, and then also, you've got a lot of the rank and file there still back the mullahs. So I'm just not sure that is a plan. I just want to get their nuclear enrichment out and get the hell out of there. And then we'll let Hezbollah figure it out. We'll let Netanyahu figure it out. Regime change. Now we're talking a long, protracted war. Because then we got to back the guy up.
Not necessarily, because I think. Yeah, not necessarily, because I don't think that the U.S. would be doing the heavy lifting here. I think the Israelis would be doing it, because they're the ones who want the Shah's son back in Tehran, and I think they're the ones who took him to Azerbaijan. They're the ones who have good relations with the regime in Azerbaijan, and I think that's their part of the deal. And they also have a lot of people on the ground inside of Iran, because there are a lot of Jewish people, Jewish Iranians, and they've always had good relations with with the Persians. So I don't think it's as difficult as we're estimating, but you never know. I could be wrong. I'm just guessing.
It's a good guess. Ed, I got to roll. I got some other callers. Thank you for finding a way to get into us. Thank you for the update. Eddie Iranian, live in Cairo, our foreign correspondent. Ed, thank you. Thank you for being with us.
My pleasure, John.
Okay, John in New Jersey, line 1. John, you're live. Go ahead, John.
Hey, John. How are you, buddy?
Good
morning.
Hi.
Good show so far. I wanted to get back to yesterday with Indiana. Yesterday, I can't tell you from somebody that follows this, we couldn't have done that in 2024. Never mind getting it done now. I mean, what a sea change. Yesterday, that was the true liberation day of the Republican Party. Not only are we emboldened now to see that we can actually do this, but the Rhino class, or the embedded, entrenched Republican Party that you're dealing with, when you talk about what you're dealing with in Washington, D.C., people have no idea. I mean, come to New Jersey. It's very similar. These people basically, like, they have their Lincoln Day dinner party as, a group of corpses that have been, friends with them for years, sit around and they pontificate on absolutely nothing. They don't even understand the issues or the fight we're in, half these people. So the bottom line is what that showed in India. I mean, we wiped them out. I don't think there's enough attention being, there is by guys from like TPUSA, Scott Pressler, that group. But I mean, listen, they're hitting Pennsylvania. I just can't tell you what changes everything. What happened in Indiana yesterday. They can't hide anymore, and now they see that they have no future in this party unless they bend to our will. That's it. And the bottom line is we are emboldened enough now to go out and just rip them out, root and branch. They can't get elected without guys like me voting for them. And I'm not voting for just anybody. You know what I mean? Like these guys that wouldn't redistrict in a million. I'd rather have a Democrat in than those people. At least you know what you're getting with a Democrat. So the bottom line is, I'm telling you, that was one of the biggest days in the history of the GOP yesterday. Now, if we can get good, strong leadership into the top of the GOP, which I think we're going to start to entrench in,
Well, listen, it's not. I know you guys love to blame the RNC. They have nothing to do with this. I'm telling you, they have nothing to do with it. I get these chairmen on. I'm going to get, by the time the year's over, I'm going to have all 50 of them on, right? There's a couple of them that are horrible. My guy's horrible. I mean, that's why he tried to kick me out of the party, because I'm actually getting something done. You can't do that here. You have to do nothing, say nothing, sit in the corner, give money, and so they can go off to their meetings. I mean, that's about it. But it's not this is not the RNC. The RNC is not doing this. John Thune is not the RNC. Okay? The Republican National Committee is now run by the Trump administration, runs it. They do exactly what they say. They have taken it over. So the majority of our leaders within the umbrella of the Republican National Committee are not the problem. The problem is the rhinos that we still have in government. And you're right. What happened in Indiana, we're not giving it the credit it's due, because it's a sea change. And it should embolden everybody, and it should get everybody out. The bigger story is Trump voters don't come out, except for Trump. They don't come out. They're not going to come out in the midterms. They're not going to come out. We're all going to lose. We're going to lose 20 seats. They don't come out. Round and round and round and round. Whine, whine, whine. Wah, wah, wah. Well, we just proved in 2 elections they'll come out for lower level stuff. They came out for a ballot initiative they didn't even understand in massive numbers in Virginia. And then they showed up in huge numbers in Indiana, and in fact, beat Pence's incumbent candidate by 30 points. So you're right. But this is not the RNC. The guys I get on and the gals as chairman, you listen to them, And if, you don't like them, you can call in and criticize them. I so far have not found one, except mine, right? My chairman is horrible. I haven't found one I'm quarreling with anything they're doing, right? Now, is it perfect? No. That's why we're here. I got to go. Johnny boy, thank you. Coming up, well, we've got, speaking of Indiana, Johnny, guess who's coming up? Their Lieutenant Governor, Micah. We got him coming up. We've also got Elaine Parker, all right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Stay with us.
And WJFB Portsmouth, part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. When it comes to ending the war, it appears the ball is now in Iran's court. Iran says it is reviewing an American proposal. President Trump says Iran has already agreed to give up its quest for nuclear weapons, and he threatens a resumption of bombings if the deal is not agreed to.
We have to get what we have to get. If we don't do that, we'll have to go a big step further. But with that being said, they want to make a deal. We've had very good talks over the last 24 hours.
In the meantime, the U.S. military continues to enforce the blockade on Iranian ports. Forecasters are warning of the possibility of more severe weather across the southeast in the coming few days. There's a lot of property damage after strong storms, including possible tornadoes, roared across parts of the region. Dutch authorities say about 40 passengers on the cruise ship at the center of a hantavirus outbreak had previously disembarked on the island of St. Helena after the first passenger died.
The dozens of passengers, including the wife of a Dutchman who died, left the cruise ship during a stop at the British territory. The cruise company that operates the ship previously said the Dutch woman had got off the ship with her husband's body at St. Helena. She then flew to South Africa on a commercial plane. However, the company has not acknowledged that anyone else got off the boat. Dutch authorities have not confirmed where the passengers who disembarked are now. Authorities in South Africa and Europe are trying to trace contacts of any passengers who actually got off the ship. 3 passengers have died in the outbreak on board, and several others are sick. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
Secretary of State Rubio is now at the Vatican for an audience with Pope Leo XIV. On Wall Street, the Dow futures up 24 points, NASDAQ futures ahead 21. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
A South Korean appeals court has cut 8 years from the sentence of ex-Prime Minister Han Duck-soo, sent to prison over the brief imposition of martial law.
The judge upheld most of earlier verdicts against Han, ruling that the former prime minister gave the sheen of legitimacy to the martial law attempt. Han had convened the cabinet and prepared documents required for the martial law. But the judge had also pointed out that Han's more than 50 years of public service and the passive nature of his cooperation merits leniency. 15 years is still a lengthy sentence for the 76-year-old bureaucrat.
The BBC's Jay Kwan. The polls have opened for midterm local and regional elections. It could significantly impact British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Starmer's Labour Party is bracing for losses in elections across England, as well as Scotland and Wales. News and analysis at townhall.com. DoorDash expects to spend more than $50 million to help ease the gas pains being felt by its delivery drivers.
The San Francisco-based company said in March that it would offer extra compensation to U.S. and Canadian drivers
as part of a temporary program to offset a sharp increase in gas prices due to the Iran war. DoorDash said demand for deliveries remained strong in the January to March period despite higher gas prices. Total orders rose 27% to 933 million, but that fell short of Wall Street's forecast. First quarter revenues also fell short of expectations. Keith Peters, Washington.
Budget airline AirAsia is ordering 150 Airbus A220-300 jets valued at roughly $19 billion at list prices. It is the largest single order ever placed for the A220 planes. The airline says fuel efficiency a big selling point. More on these stories at townhall.com.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on Earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
What are we, 10-0?
You are 10-0 for the first time in program history, Coach.
Not bad.
There's a lot of skeptics. There's a lot of doubters. I get it, right? Haven't beat a top 25 team. Nebraska's 25th in the coaches poll. We beat their 56-7.
How are we not right now seated for a home game?
Yeah, it's pretty simple. I win. Google me. 126 years of Indiana football. Best season in Indiana history. Number 1 out of 126.
We got our way of doing things, and, we kick ass and take names.
We figured we'd just adopt SEC scheduling philosophy. Some people don't like it. I'm more focused in on those 9 conference games. We had to wake some people up and create some excitement. And after all, this is the entertainment business, too.
We don't just beat top 25 teams, we beat the shit out of them.
Oh. I know you guys have been waiting for me to say something crazy. That wasn't quite crazy.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, we played that little clip on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. For Micah Beckwith, the Lieutenant Governor of Indiana, the was bringing their step today after the whitewash they did to the Rhinos, winning, I think, 5 or 6 out of the 7 seats. The funniest thing was they beat the Mike Pence-backed incumbent by 30 points. How do you lose as incumbent in a Republican primary? You get the backing of the vice president, who's a former governor, former vice president, former congressman in your district, and you lose by 30 points. 30 in a Republican primary as an incumbent. Unfreaking believable. So we played that for Micah Beckwith, Indiana, because I was there for that conference game. What was it? The tournament game where they beat Ohio State. I bet Ohio State, and couldn't understand why he just didn't run the football into the end zone so I could win my bet. But it all turned out fine. We've got a great panel coming up. Micah Beckwith is going to be with us. Lieutenant Governor Elaine Parker is joining us, and we're going to get Mike, and then we got Dan Oxner coming. Let me start with one of my favorite scriptures. For everyone who calls the name of the Lord will be saved. Romans 10:13. And this segment is brought to you by Susie Kelly and passionatelycatholic.org. Susie Kelly, as you know, the authoress, I guess you would call her that, of the Ponderful Moments. And just put a new batch in the other day. They sound fantastic. Again, this segment brought to you by passionatelycatholic.org and Ponderful Moments for all the Ponderful Moments. And to learn more about the Catholic faith, like I do, then you can go to passionatelycatholic.org. That's passionatelycatholic.org. And thanks, Susie, for all she does. And she's been with us 15 years spreading the good word of Catholicism. And I don't know, was she part of this? I don't know. But the movement of young people to the Catholic Church, quietly stunning. It is a stunning number. We're still trying to put our finger on why this is happening. I went to St. Anne's last week, which is in Washington, D.C., which is my church. And half of the congregation, what time did we go to the Mass? Like 11? Half of it. Kids under 30. I couldn't believe it. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but it's good. Go to passionatelycatholic.org, passionatelycatholic.org. Big shout out to St. Anne's, by the way. Great Catholic church. If you're in D.C., check it out. A little far, got to take, a couple of stops on the metro, but worth it. Other churches, Catholic churches around the White House where we live, libtard, priest, I can't take. I don't want politics. I go to church, I want the gospel. I get politics all day. Speaking of politics, joining us now, Lieutenant Governor of Indiana. I love saying this. Micah Beckwith is with us. Got a little spring in his step today. Vindicated, no doubt. Also, Elaine Parker is with us. She likes to talk about economics, but we love to corral Elaine in to the culture wars just to see how she reacts to it. It's kind of fun. Now, Elaine, thanks for being with us. We'll get to economics here in a minute. But Micah, look, we spent a week. I spent, 10 days in Indiana on that bus, freezing our tail off. You couldn't carry the conference. Got all those rhinos in there, wouldn't give you the 2 seats. And then Trump administration or the political arm says, okay, we're going to We're got a primary. Everyone that's up, 7 of them up. I think you won 6 of the seats. You won 6 of the. This is unheard of, and you're vindicated. You stood with us. You wouldn't waver. Either would Governor Mike Braun. You didn't win that fight, but you won on Tuesday. What a great night for Indiana.
Oh, it was. Thanks for having me, John. And I just think, to your point, it's vindication. I think people were trying to make it out that Trump was losing his influence in the red states, the states like Indiana, which was almost a 20-point state for Trump in 2024. And so we saw on Tuesday night that the people are still solidly in the mega movement, the America First agenda, and it was good. And honestly, this was a good thing for Indiana. The fact that we failed redistricting, but we were able to get a stronger Senate on Tuesday night. I think it's going to be a good thing long term. Now, my hope and prayer is that we can hold the House, because we still got to look at the the national impact of what failing to redistrict really caused, and God forbid we lose the House by 1 or 2 seats, and it'll be all on Indiana at that point. But I do think, and I'm very thankful that President Trump stepped in, and he saw that if Indiana falls, then there's probably no hope for the nation. So he got his political apparatus charged up and came in guns a-blazing. And I kept hearing senators who voted no on redistricting. They said, "Oh, Trump's bluffing. He'll forget about Indiana. He's not gonna do anything." And we've learned over and over again that Trump doesn't bluff, and he stays true to his word. And so that's what we saw on Tuesday night. It was a great night for the president, for the governor, myself, and other people that have, TPUSA came in and they had their team on the ground as well. So it was a whole team effort, and it really paid off.
No doubt about it. And to win like that. Now, did you end up? I know one of the seats are still being counted. You're going to recount. That was the 6th seat. Are you guys going to win that?
Well, it's close. So actually, the gal running for that one, her name is Paula Copenhaver. She's a great gal. She was endorsed by President Trump. She actually works in my office, so she's in the lieutenant governor's office, and so she's down right now by 3 votes. And so there are about 12 provisional ballots still out, and we're trying to. We will trigger a recount. There's going to be a recount that's going to happen, but that gets triggered 10 days after the election. So that's coming. So that one's not. We're not going to know that one probably for another couple weeks here. But she's down by 3 votes, and so just think about that. And next time you think, does my vote matter? Yeah, it does actually.
Yeah, 3 votes. I mean, so you got 12 provisional ballots. So in order to make that gap up, in order to tie, obviously you can do the math. You need to get you need to pick those 3 up, and then so basically, if you get if out of the 12 she gets 8, she loses. Yeah, she wins, right? 8-4, she wins. So she needs 8 of the provisional ballots. She gets 7 of the provisional ballots, and it's 7-5. She loses. So it's got to be 8-4 or better. Do you have any idea where those came from? Were they in her area of strength?
9 came from the counties that are probably more friendly to her, because that district is made up of a lot of rural, but there's one kind of liberal district, and that's the Lafayette area. It's Tippecanoe County, and Lafayette is where Purdue is. You get a little bit more of the Rhino, moderate, leftists. So that was her opponent's kind of stronghold. But 9 are coming from the districts that are not in Tippecanoe County, or I'm sorry, the counties that are not Tippecanoe, and the other, I think there's 3 of them that are coming from Tippecanoe County, which is, I think that the odds are, it's still an uphill battle, but there is a shot, right? There's a window that might, in a world that this could potentially happen. So we'll see. I mean, it's, keep praying and cross your fingers, but I think we could still see another one come in.
Well, you got nine in your strength counties. You got 9 of them. Mm-hmm. You're not getting the other 3, so you need to get 8 out of the 9.
Yeah, there you go.
I mean,
which could happen.
Right? I could did that. I did that without my abacus.
There you go. It's possible. It's possible, John.
And to win the 7th seat, they had to recruit somebody that had the same last name. So you get.
Oh, that was crazy. I mean, in the 7th seat that we lost, the people. I mean, our own party went out and found people who they just hate President Trump. They don't like what he's doing. They went out and found another woman with the same last name as the Trump endorsed woman, right? And she had never run. She had a criminal background. And I mean, and they put her on the ballot. She had to get signed off on by the local county chair, who I couldn't believe he signed off on her, which is just shocking to me, because we always say, listen, if you don't vote in two previous Republican primaries, you can't run as a Republican. She did not have that, and yet the chair signed off on her, allowed her to run. And then there was two ladies with the last name Wilson, one being the Trump-backed candidate, and they were running against a senator who works for Senator Todd Young. And Senator Todd Young is no fan of President Trump, and so.
Right.
So it was a lot of shady, strategic tactics going on there. But
you still kick their ass. That's the whole thing. And this whole thing about Trump voters aren't going to show. You poke the bear, and now we're coming out in droves. Let's get to Elaine Parker now. She lives in Florida, Elaine, and I believe, other than Mike Braun in Indiana, I believe you guys have got the best governor in the nation. DeSantis already had his redistricting. He's already got new maps. You're going to pick up at least 4 seats there, maybe 5, but I think 4 is a done deal. What was as a Florida resident involved in all this stuff, Elaine? What was your reaction to that? Is she still there, or did she freeze? She froze. Okay, so here's where we are, Micah. With all this redistricting, you guys obviously can't do anything. And when I had Mike Braun on, your governor last week, I'm sorry. When we had your governor on last week, he said that they don't have any of the majority districts there. So they're not affected by the Supreme Court ruling, right? So he's not going to call another special session, he said. But you've got now, along with Florida, you've got recently Louisiana. Greg Landry got a special session, put off the primary, 2 seats to get picked up there. Kay Ivey in Alabama, special session, going to pick up a seat there under tremendous pressure from U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn, kicking and screaming. Bill Lee, governor of Tennessee, on his way out, calls a special session there to get rid of that gerrymandered seat in Memphis. Right, so there's 3, and then you've also got right now the South Carolina governor McMaster under pressure from his lieutenant governor Pam Evett to call a special session to get rid of the Clyburn seat. In fact, Evett has a press conference today at 10:30, calling on McMaster to do that. She's also running for governor, and we are carrying that live at 10:30, breaking into regular programming and carrying that live. So you see what you guys have started?
Hey, listen, I'm glad we did. I think it's, President Trump's the one who really started this, and for good reason. I mean, the Democrats have been doing this to us for years. When they say Texas started it, no, they didn't. New York, Illinois, California, they started this. They've been gerrymandering the maps to get Republicans to become voiceless in these blue states. And so we've always tried to play fair as on the Republican side. We've always said, hey, we shouldn't be doing this. And listen, I'm not a fan of gerrymandering. I'm not a fan of, necessarily redistricting in mid-cycle, because it's just not the way that we typically do it. But when the Democrats keep doing it to us, we have to finally say, okay, enough's enough, fight fire with fire. And so that's what President Trump really has sparked here. And that's a good thing, because it's time for Republicans to grow a backbone and actually, stand up. And I know Pam Evett personally in South Carolina. I'm very glad she's putting pressure on McMaster's to do that. And you're right, she's running for governor. It's a very close gubernatorial race down there in South Carolina. And I think those South Carolinians they're gonna want someone who's bold. They're gonna want somebody who stands up and who really knows how to hold the line. And I think she's probably going to show that a little bit today when she goes out this press conference. So that's great. I'm glad we started it. We need to do it, and we've got to beat the Democrats at their own game.
Oh, listen. Now you guys can't do anything, but you've got to have at least 5 new state senators. Are you going to come back in the next time and get those seats for 2028? How will that work?
Well, there has been some rumors that potentially there might be a redistricting effort in 2028. by that point, there's going to be a push to say, hey, we're only a year away at 28. We're only a year away from redistricting at that point, because we'll start redistricting in 29, 30. The talks will start going on. So, yeah, I think there will be a push, and there probably should be a push. I mean, listen, we dropped the ball. We failed last year on this, and we should probably come back in 28 and say, okay, if these other states are doing it, we should probably do it too. But my prayer is, 2026 midterm elections, we better not lose the House, because the Democrats have basically gerrymandered so many Republican voices out of the mix in these blue states. I mean, we better hope that we can hold the line. So, but yeah, 28, there is talk, and we'll see what happens. But yeah, these 5 new senators coming in, they're we want them to be bold. They are bold. They put their neck on the line. I think right now there's a push to say, okay, what's the Senate leadership going to look like? That's a big thing. If we get solid Senate leadership in the Indiana State Senate, I think we could actually, do a good job. So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Listen, I think you're in excellent shape. Did we lose Elaine? We lost her feed, or let's see what happened. Is she on? Do we have her back?
We don't, John. No.
Okay. All right. So lost her feed. Okay. So Micah, I kind of understand where you are. I mean, I think you should go ahead and do it for 28, just because saying what's going to happen in 30, because you can legitimately pick these 2 seats up. Yeah. So we did lose Elaine's feed, so it's we'll try to get her back. But Micah, the bigger picture here. We have one governor. I mean, kind of like you had the rhinos there that would do the redistricting. We got one governor south. Brian Kemp will not call a special session. I can't figure it out. I mean, his track record, never Trump, but he's been a very conservative, he's been an awesome governor in so many ways. But he won't call the special session. He's blaming it on the primaries coming up on May 19th. But they already put the primaries off in 2020 during COVID. So they already went through this, had a special session, put the primaries off till they could figure it out. And, we had that whole debacle there. So for the governors that won't do that, now he's leaving office, but for the governors that aren't going to do this, should they take a message here from Indiana?
Yeah, I think they should. I think we need strong men to stand up and be fighters right now. And I think Brian Kemp, like you said, in a lot of ways, he's been a very good governor from a conservative standpoint. But I think there's kind of this mindset within Republican politics that we have to be nice. If we're not nice, then somehow we're not being conservative, or we're not being Republicans. And so, I just say, the days of Ronald Reagan and Tip O'Neill probably aren't these days. And I wish we could go back to those days. I wish the Democrats weren't the party of communists, but they've given themselves over to communism. The Democrat socialists are taking over that party. They're pushing, gender mutilation on children. They're pushing for open borders. They're pushing for, defunding the police, getting rid of ICE. I mean, all of this nonsense that Democrats historically never would have done. And yet here we are today. And so, unfortunately, the Neville Chamberlain type Republican is probably going the way of the dinosaur, because we need the Winston Churchills to stand up now and say, hey, we're going to fight them. We're going to fight them in the streets. We're going to fight them in the valleys. We're going to fight them on the mountains. Wherever we are, we're going to fight them, because this ideology, communist Marxist ideology, is trying to destroy everything about traditional American values that protects our families. Every family in America has been protected by those traditional values. If we lose that, then we open ourselves up to a whole lot more evil. And I think radical Islam is just waiting in the wings to come in. Once Marxism tears everything down, they're going to come in and they're going to start establishing their caliphates locally, then statewide, and then nationally. And you're going to see a totally different America in 25 years if we don't get strong, bold Winston Churchill type Republicans. And I just don't think Brian Kemp is that. I think he's more of a Neville Chamberlain. Oh, we can negotiate with Marxism and evil. If we just pet the demon will leave us alone. I'm sorry, that's not how it works. And history has told us time and time again that until good men stand up and push back, evil will just run ransack over everything.
Oh, good. We got Elaine back. Yay. So, Elaine, we were talking about Governor DeSantis being ahead of the game. You, as a Florida resident, what did you think of his action in getting those gerrymandered seats out and getting another 4 Republican seats?
Well, look, I think it's finally time that Republicans catch up on the game that Democrats have been playing for a long time in terms of fairness. So, the reality is if the Republicans lose the House in the midterms, we're done. The agenda stops, forward movement stops, and it will simply be committee hearings on impeachment, and that's what we'll be dealing with. So, if we can keep the House, there's enough good policy happening for small businesses and for everyday ordinary Americans that we should keep the House. So, I applaud what Governor DeSantis did in Florida. And of course, he's my governor, and I do think he's the best governor in the country.
He's up there fighting with Mike Braun of Indiana, but he's certainly right there, Elaine. We've got probably the opportunity with all the governors that have stepped up to pick up 10 to 12 seats that we didn't have. And I can tell you guys now, there is no way the gerrymandering vote in Virginia is going to stand. So those are 4 seats Hakeem Jeffries is counting on. Those are going to be gone. We have no doubt now that either the Supreme Court of Virginia will do one of 2 things. They'll either overturn that on Virginia, not U.S., Virginia constitutional grounds, or they'll run out the clock. And what I mean by that is they really only have until May 15th in order to make a decision, because the decision to certify that election has been stayed by a judge in Southwest Virginia, Judge Hurley, and the Supreme Court didn't overturn the stay. So right now there's no certification of those maps or that election. If they go beyond May 15th, which is 8 days, physically there's not enough time to get everything in place in order to have primaries. So they can just run out the clock. They haven't even scheduled oral arguments for 2 of the other cases that is involved in this. And they got 8 days and there's no oral arguments even on the calendar. So my take is they're going to run out the clock and basically say, we can't do anything now. And so those are gone. And so they're not going to get those seats in 26. So they spent $110 million, Micah. This is Hakeem Jeffries and the Democrats in Virginia. They spent $110 million to our $15 million. So we got outspent 9 to 1, 8.5 to 1. And that money's down the drain because it's going to get stayed. And they're not going to get those seats. And I'm telling you, with everything going on, we are going to win the midterms. I have no doubt in my mind.
Listen, I love the optimism, and I think you're right. I think President Trump is a brilliant strategist. His political arm and operation are fantastic. I mean, we got to see it up close and personal when they came in about a month ago, and they just started raining down fire from heaven. It was crazy. I mean, it was just like, oh my goodness, like this is the tide was turning, and it turned fast. And so I just, I think you're right. I think we have a great chance, but it's going to take bold, outside the box leadership, and which is that's what President Trump has brought, and it's what he's encouraging our governors to do. And kudos to Governor DeSantis. I think he is one of the best governors in the country. I'm very grateful for Mike Braun here in Indiana, but Ron DeSantis has really been a picture that we can look to say, hey, that's bold leadership. He says what needs to be said. Sometimes people don't like it, but boy, I'm glad he said it because the truth hurts.
It got him back in the national conversation. It got him back in. I
Yeah.
mean, everybody's going to take another look at Ron DeSantis in Iowa in 2028. He's back in, and this was a bold move. Guys, we got to go. Elaine, stay with us. We got a lot of economics to go over if you can hang with us. Mike, I want to thank you for your time today. You're vindicated. It's a long way from that 10 days we spent in Iowa on that bus, and you came in there every day. So
it was cold. It was cold those 10 days. I tell you what, that's what I remember. It was freezing cold, and you said get up early and come trek through the snow to come to your bus. And I'm like, what am I doing right now? It's freezing, and I'm going on some random guy's bus. This is.
I'm not a random guy.
Thank you, John. Keep up the great work. Man. Your voice is awesome, and we need you out there doing what you're doing. So keep it up. It's awesome.
Elaine was on her bus in Iowa. Was that 2020 in Iowa?
Yeah.
It was like -10.
You need to start bringing the bus around when it's warm outside, John.
Exactly, right? We always go when it's freezing cold. All right, guys. Micah, hang in there. People want to follow you, Micah Beckwith. Where do they go?
Yeah, you can follow me on social media. It's probably the best place. Just type in Micah Beckwith, at Micah Beckwith on X, and you can keep up with all the things that we're doing. And I like to tick off the left. That's sort of a spiritual gift of mine, I think. So you get a lot of good chuckles when you see what we post on social media. So follow me there, and we'd be happy to respond to anybody in direct messages or online. So
Thank you for being with us, Micah. Elaine Parker and I and the Ox are coming back. We got a lot of economics coming up, Elaine, a lot of it. So stay with us. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network. Truck the Truth, coming live from Washington, D.C. Don't go away.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. Long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at tpocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. tpocket.net.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
This show knows things before anybody else is transmitting it. I said 5 minutes after we make a deal, the price of crude oil is going to go down $20 a barrel. Well, it went down $20 a barrel today. It did. 15 days from now, and if it looks like we have a good deal, it'll go down another $25 a barrel.
Cats and Cosby, 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
And that's a good sign for us, obviously, and for the free world.
Marcus was absolutely awful. That's about as PG rated as I can say it. He was awful. Our guards were awful. Our 3 starting guards had 1 assist and 7 turnovers. They must think it's a tax credit. It's unbelievable how our starting guards played. And let's talk about our big guys. 2 for 11. How can you go 2 for 11? My wife can score more than 2 buckets on 11 shots because I know my wife will at least shot fake 1 time. But those guys aren't listening. They're uncoachable right now.
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America. No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
So you got him back, John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Media Network, coming live in Washington, D.C. Great to have you with us. We had Elaine Parker. We got Ox coming up. It's going to be a great segment. Don't forget, we launch our new segment, 9 o'clock every Thursday. It starts today, May 7th, the D.C. Dispatch. We're going to be talking about the nation's capital. I've got a great panel for that, which we'll go over in a couple of minutes. Also, breaking in live, carrying this live, 10:30 a.m., Lieutenant Governor, South Carolina, Pam Evitt, holding a press conference in Columbia, South Carolina, on urging her governor, McMaster, to call a special session and get that 1 seat back in line with the Constitution. That happens to be Jim Clyburn's seat. This is going to be earth-shattering. Clyburn's been there for, 80 years. He is the, you know what he is, you know who he is, and they're going to get that seat out. And a lot of people wringing their hands over it, including the governor. But Pam Everett, a candidate for governor, having a press conference at 10:30 saying we need to get this done. And we got permission to carry that live across the country. So go, Pam. You got to do what you got to do. So let's get right to it here. Great to have you with us. Don't forget, also put on your calendar, June 16th, my victory night party. Dan, you got to put this on your calendar. You got to come to DC, got to come to my victory party. June 16th, it's going to be at the iconic City Tavern. This is in Georgetown, 6 to 9 p.m., open bar. There's going to be plenty of food and fun for my victory party. Got 3 great speakers, Morgan Griffith, Congressman, Brandon Beach, U.S. Treasurer, and our featured speaker, Corey Lewandowski, is going to be there. It's going to be a lot of fun. You can buy tickets. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. Tickets only $50, and we're going to have a lot of fun. So I hope to see you there. Mark it on your calendar. Buy a ticket. Just go to makedcgreat.com. It's right up there, and we do hope to see you there. This message has been paid for by Fredericks for chairman and approved by me, the candidate. So we're all good. We're in compliance. Elaine Parker joining me now with the Ox. Okay, Elaine, I got. I'm gonna go to a couple clips here. Let's start with. I want to start with Kevin Hastert. Dan, we got Hastert 18 and 19. Yesterday, everybody wringing their hands over gas prices are up $1.50. We're all going to die. It's the end of the world. You got the Democrats out there rooting for Iran to win. I think I've ever seen this in my life. You got the fake news saying that somehow they don't have anything, but we're losing the war. It's like incredible. And we're all going to die. According to the Democrats, your life is miserable and wretched, according to them. Let's go to Kevin Hastert, 18, says the U.S. economy is strong. 18, Danny Boy, roll it.
But when I spoke with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent on Sunday, he also talked about what consumers are doing, and he gets that from the most recent tax day data. Watch this.
Maria, 45% of filers during this tax season availed themselves of at least one of those programs. So we had record refunds, and because of the modernization at the IRS, if you filed electronically, we were able to get your refund out in 21 days. So the consumer's very strong. Another aspect of the tax bill is the permanence of full expensing. So companies are coming, whether it's equipment, factory structures, they are able to write that off in a year. So we're seeing a CapEx boom. The way a CapEx boom works is you have a construction boom that then morphs into factory jobs. So that's very strong. And again, the consumer's very strong. We're in constant touch with the banks and the credit card companies, and they're saying that all quintiles of the distribution group is very strong.
So Kevin, what kind of a jobs picture are you expecting for the rest of the year then?
Oh, it's going to be very, very strong. And you know, I agree with what the secretary said, but why not add a little color to it, that about 25 million people benefited from no tax on tips. The average benefit was $7,000. About 25 million people benefited from no tax on Social Security. That also was about a $7,000 benefit. They get to deduct $7,000. And so the consumer is really, really firing on all cylinders, just like the corporate sector you're seeing in the earnings reports. And they're doing that because they have so much more money in their pockets. In fact, I had the head of one of the big 5 banks in my office yesterday going through the credit card data. And just as Secretary Bessent said, credit card spending is through the roof. They're spending more on gasoline, but they're spending more on everything else too. And so in terms of the jobs picture for the rest of the year, you know, it's really hard to see having the unemployment rate go up, for example. It's probably going to drop a little bit, but it's already very close to full employment. But I think a very healthy, steady jobs picture is what we're going to see. And finally, what you might have noticed about a week ago is that nobody's really losing their job. Nobody's being fired. Initial claims for unemployment insurance were the lowest they've been since the 1960s. One of the lowest numbers is below 200,000. One of the lowest numbers I've ever seen. Just like we get the highest capital spending numbers we've ever seen, we've got the lowest initial claims data for unemployment insurance data as well. So that's what you call a strong economy.
Now, we spoke.
Okay, Elaine is back. Do we have her back, or did she freeze? I see her blinking. That means we have her back. Okay, good. So we got Elaine Parker is with us. Elaine, the Senior Communications Vice President of the Job Creators Network. Go to joinjcn.com, joinjcn.com, fighting for small business every day. Always love having her. Also with us, the Ox, Dan Oxner, the king of Minnesota Talk Radio, KNSI. And you can get him there, KNSI, and just go to Hot Talk with the Ox. And you can also hear the Ox every day right here, the Outside the Box with the Ox, every morning right here across the John Fredericks Media Network at about 6:12, 13, somewhere in there, sometime around 6:12 to 6:15 a.m. Eastern Time, a big favorite. We always get a little disappointed when we hear, this is an encore from the Ox. We like the fresh ones better, just saying. But some of the encores are good, but we like the new ones. Like the one you did on Cinco de Mayo was hilarious. That was,
yeah.
I was in the studio today and I heard it. And I was laughing so hard, I almost spilled my coffee on me.
But all true, right? You were laughing because of the truth in the irony.
The truth and the irony, especially, in fact, I might have to play that again because not all our audience gets that. Dan Hobgood, not Dan Oxner, cue that up because especially when you said who it is that filed the complaint. In fact, Dan, can we tell me if you have that? I gotta have that again. Yeah,
Outside the box with the Ox. This is exciting.
Outside the box with
a
the
rebroadcast.
A rebroadcast. Dan, tell me when you have that. Meantime, do we have Elaine back? Elaine's going in and out.
No, Elaine's not with us at the moment.
Poor Elaine. She's not there. Do you have the Ox thing up outside the box?
I'll have that within a couple minutes, I think.
A couple minutes. Okay. Anyway, Dan, what did you think of Indiana? We just had Beckwith on. I mean,
yeah,
the whitewash.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. It's exciting. It's interesting. It does show that despite Mr. All over MSNBC, Snow, Mizna, whatever it's called, and all the other mainstream networks, Trump's approval rating's never been this low. It's terrible. It's in the low 30s. It's awful. Nobody likes him anymore. Okay. Well, his influence in Indiana would kind of say something different. That being said, though, John, and you know how I am about this stuff, I think it's exciting as long as they all win in November, right? I don't care if a statement was made, if an ideological statement was made, as long as they all keep their seats in November and continue, the Republican presence, which I assume they will. I don't know that they won't, but they're all big
R,
right?
R+8, R+10, R+15.
Got to make sure that's the key. So whatever
all of them are going to win. But it is vindication for those of us that went there and fought for that, like I did, and it's certainly Micah and certainly Governor Braun and those in the state Senate that fought hard for that. Give us an update on Minnesota. You got a governor's race in there. Can you guys win that?
Yeah, absolutely we can. Again, we have two real good leading candidates. I still think it's an outside chance that Mike Lindell could win, but he's just not mounting a campaign. I don't know what he's doing for campaigning. I don't know what's going on there. But the two that are seeking the Republican endorsement at the end of this month, our primary isn't until August, so that'll settle things out. But the two are I think they're really strong candidates. They're going to play well to the independents in Minnesota. Amy Klobuchar is doing all she can to try to dodge away from the fraud and all the dumb things that Tim Walz has done. But Amy can't deny that she's been around. She knew what was going on. She can't dodge her way out of this. It's going to be, do you want more of Tim Walz or do you want a fresh start with somebody else? And Lisa Damuth or Kendall Qualls, the two leading candidates, I think, both will appeal to, for sure independents and definitely Republicans. So we've got some strong candidates.
Who are your leading candidates for governor?
His name is Kendall Qualls, who's a guy that has run before. He ran for Congress before as well. He champions the Black family taking back control of their own lives and not buying into this notion that they need white people to help them get cell phones and to fill out proper forms and to vote and all that sort of thing. He's a real hero like that. Points out that Lyndon Johnson was really the beginning of the end for this country. Does great work like that and has really, developed a following over his years of running for office. Lisa Dameth is the Speaker of the House. Personal friend of mine. She represents a big chunk of the Hot Talk with the Ox listening audience. She's a rock star. She's got personality plus, great track record of making deals. Really great. So those are our two candidates.
Who is the other one?
Kendall Qualls and Lisa Dameth is her name. She's the current speaker. Kendall has not ever been elected to anything despite running a couple times. So that's a bit of a detriment. But we'll see. We'll see how the convention goes at the end of May.
It seems like your current speaker, Lisa, is the favorite from the people that I've talked to there. Obviously, they're comfortable with her because she's speaker. She's won elections, so there's a comfort level.
Right.
But you guys have got that weird system. You have a convention, which then you make the endorsement, but then there's a primary well after that, regardless.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm trying to figure out, what is the point? When is the convention and what is the purpose of it?
Yeah, the convention is the last, Friday, Saturday of May. So it's the weekend after Memorial Weekend. And the purpose of it is to decide who officially can get the resources of the official Republican Party, be it the county level, the district level, or the state level. So to get the endorsement means that the party will be behind that candidate. And these are candidates for our constitutional offices. So it's governor. It's, Keith Ellison is up for re-election, attorney general, right? We got a real shot there with Ron Schutz. We got the auditor up, so it's those things. Plus every single state rep and state senator is up for re-election too, all 201 of them. So it's a big election for us.
So you have a convention. Let's say they nominate one of these candidates, but then you have a primary in August.
Yep.
And then it doesn't matter because then you're voting in the primary. So other than the resources over the summer, I've always failed to see what the purpose of this is, but I guess they get the resources. And then, if you don't win the convention, are you at a real disadvantage?
Not really. Republicans, by and large, elect out of the primary the same person that they nominate out of the convention. Democrats never do. Tim Walz was not the candidate first endorsed by the Democrat Party. It was somebody else. He had to win in the primary in August back 7 years ago. Mark Dayton, the previous governor before that, same thing. So Democrats nominate usually crazy, super radical left-wing freaks that can't win. And then they have a more pragmatic candidate that then runs in the primary and does win. However, the Republicans tend to nominate at our conventions bad candidates who then go on to win the primary that everybody knows they're not going to win the general election. So that's the dysfunction of Republicans in Minnesota. We've got that disease somehow. But it needs to go away. We need to go to an earlier primary, get rid of the convention for sure. But both Democrats and Republicans have to abide by the same rules. So they're kind of plagued by the same problems too. So it's kind of that's why it hasn't changed.
I think if you're Klobuchar, this is not a done deal. I know what her play is, right? Run for governor, win, and then run for president again. I don't know why she wouldn't. That thing is so wide open, and there's so many dreadful candidates. That would be, if I was her, that would be her play. But I don't think she's a shoo-in to win this thing. And I think if Lisa is your eventual nominee, I think that's going to be a horse race.
Yeah, I do too. And most people do. It'll be really exciting to see. But the delegates at the convention are not the rank and file Minnesota voter. So they do crazy things sometimes. So we'll see. It's going to be ugly either way.
Let's get outside the box with the Ox Cinco de Mayo. Take a listen.
Minneapolis sports bars see boost in revenue as professional teams continue playoff runs. Channel 5 News headline Sunday. The story features how a bar owner gambled on hopes of playoff teams when he opened a really big sports bar a year ago. The Wild Timberwolves and
that's a good one too, though. But that's not today.
The postseason is boosting his numbers by 3.
Dan, you got the wrong one. We wanted Cinco de Mayo, but
the one from today, I think it should have run this morning.
From today, so see if you can find that. In the meantime, we're going to play Mandami. I got this guy is unbelievable. Some of the things he does. This is why I think we're going to win. And then I'm going to play Moulton. But so I want to get your take on that. Let's get Dan. Let's get up number 12. This is Mandami saying that I will press forward on my project of taxing the wealthiest New Yorkers was what they always say, paying their fair share. I guess that means they need more money for fraud, because that's where the money is going in New York and California and Minnesota, your state, Ohio, hundreds of billions of dollars. They want us to pay more taxes, and they can't even stop hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud. 12, Mendami, take a look.
Ken Griffin yesterday was speaking about calling your video again. He called it creepy and weird. And he said that, again, that you targeting him has just been very unfair. And he said that he's going to be doubling down his investments in Florida rather than New York City. And so I just wanted to get your take. What sort of conversations have you had with him since that video? Have you spoken with him? And what sort of concerns are you having when it comes to potential job losses? Are you looking at ways to, I guess, build up? And your economic development commissioner, have you thought about who you're going to appoint yet? Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll first just start by saying that I want all New Yorkers to succeed. That includes business owners and entrepreneurs who create good paying jobs, who make this city the economic engine, not just of our state, but frankly of our country. And that also includes Ken Griffin, who is a major employer in our city. That does not negate the fact, however, that our tax system is fundamentally broken. It rewards extreme wealth while working people are pushed to the brink. It is a status quo that is unsustainable, that is unjust. And if we want the city to be one that working people can actually afford to live in, then we need meaningful tax reform that includes the wealthiest New Yorkers paying their fair share.
Their fair share. Which means take all their assets and give it to those that are committing fraud and don't want to do anything. That's what it means. I mean, this is the face of the Democrat Party. I'm telling you, Dan, this is why they're going to fail in these midterms. We are going to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and win this thing, because that's what everybody is looking at. Dan Oxner.
Yeah, people are tired of this, giving money that we earn to people who didn't earn it and don't deserve it. It's one thing, and, guys like you and I and most of our listeners have railed against the entitlement mentality that seems to be so prevalent these days, to just take money and redistribute it to people who didn't earn it. But now it's gone a step further, where it's actually people who are getting super rich off of illegally taking it. Like it's not enough to just give away everything that we earned to people who didn't earn it. Now we got to give it to people who are taking it to be rich and fraudulently defraud us for 10, 20, 30 times of what we were automatically going to give them anyway, simply to live. So it's really frustrating. And kids, middle-aged people, old people, it's wearing on us, and it's going to gnaw on us all summer long the more this fraud is exposed.
It's just really sick. All right, we got your Outside the Box segment coming up on Cinco de Mayo. Roll it.
Only a memory now. The Americanized holiday recognizing Mexico's victory over the French in the Battle of Puebla in 1862. Bar specials, food, and fraternity parties. Drinko de Mayo read a sign at a University of Minnesota frat house, getting the attention of the Bias Response and Referral Network due to a complaint supposedly from offended Mexicans. An Alpha News story cites the College Fix reporting on an unidentified person complaining to them last May 1st that, quote, drinking tequila shots, eating tacos, and wearing sombreros do not commemorate Mexican culture. On the contrary, that offends, marginalizes, and isolates many of our friends, classmates, and community members, and casts our entire community in poor light, close quote. So to this likely young white community activist female, probably that one from Sartell, claiming to speak for the entire Mexican culture, would it be better if instead we focus on their cartel gangs raping women and children, forcing them into a lifetime of indentured servitude to illegally get them across our nation's border, filling our country with deadly narcotics, and forcing us to build a really expensive border wall and fund thousands of patrol agents to fight off all the people from Central America whom the government and citizens willingly allow free passage through their country to get to ours? Thinking outside the box? Or we could continue celebrating their culture as one of fun, good food and drinks, and camaraderie with our fellow mankind, if that's okay with you. Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
Well,
okay, that's a classic.
Cinco de Mayo.
I mean,
offensive.
How do you come up with this stuff every day? I don't know how you come up with it.
It's a labor of love, John Fredericks.
I really make sure I got everything working and I'm ready to go to here outside the bison. But what time does that come on, Dan? I know we got to go. It's about 6:15, 6:12. When does that normally come in after Dan's weather?
Probably around 6:11, 6:12. Yeah,
6:11 or 12.
Early, got to get up early to hear Outside the Box with the Ox.
We got to go. So, we're out of time. Follow Ox Outside the Box. Follow Ox. Also KNSI Radio. We're going to be right back. Stay with us. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and we've got who's coming up? We got Oxner. We got your calls. 888-480-JOHN.
WJFN W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bon Air, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Mississippi has been hard hit by violent storms, including tornadoes that struck last night. Hundreds of buildings damaged, much of the damage in the southern part of the state. Governor Tate Reeves reports multiple tornadoes, says emergency response efforts are ongoing at this hour. Forecasters warn the southeast could see more powerful storms in the next few days. It is a legal victory for the Department of Justice investigating allegations of election fraud in Georgia.
A judge has ruled that the federal government can keep 2020 election ballots and other materials taken by the FBI from a warehouse in Fulton County, Georgia in late January. Fulton County is heavily Democratic and includes most of the city of Atlanta. The county argued that the seizure was unconstitutional, but U.S. District Judge J.P. Boulay said the county had not met the high legal bar that would allow him to intervene. The Justice Department has said it's investigating, quote, irregularities that occurred during the 2020 presidential election, unquote. Georgia's votes in the 2020 race were counted 3 times, with each affirming a win by Democrat Joe Biden. I'm Jennifer King.
As Iran considers a U.S. proposal for ending the war, President Trump says that things are going quite well, and he says it's in Iran's best interest to accept the plan.
We're dealing with people that want to make a deal very much, and we'll see whether or not they can make a deal that's satisfactory to us. We have it very much under control.
Mr. Trump says Tehran has already agreed to end its drive for nuclear weapons. A note Jeffrey Epstein's former cellmate claims that he found after Epstein's first jail suicide attempt has been made public. It had been sealed and locked in a courthouse vault for almost 5 years, part of an unrelated legal dispute. Watching Wall Street this hour, stock futures narrowly mixed. The Dow futures are up 42 points, while the NASDAQ futures down 1 point. S&P futures 4.5 points higher. More on these stories, townhall.com.
What is it, boy? Someone need help? Someone in trouble? Oh, okay. So you just want me to get Progressive Auto Insurance because their collision coverage covers up to $1,000 in vet bills if you're injured in an accident? That's it? Okay, calm down. Let's not resort to name calling.
Progressive's collision coverage helps pay for care for your pet when they're in the car during an accident.
No, you're right. Sorry, I shouldn't have said calm down.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Coverage included with purchase of collision coverage and subject to policy terms.
Veterans and active duty service members. When your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Go from GI to IT in just a few months at My Computer Career. Prepare for a high-demand career in cybersecurity, protecting people, systems, and institutions from real cyber threats. Cyber warriors are needed now. Will you answer the call? Go to mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to learn more. That's mycomputercareer.edu/CWP. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA education benefits are available to those who qualify.
British voters are going to the polls in midterm local elections. It could significantly impact Prime Minister Keir Starmer's Labour Party.
Some local authorities will count the ballots overnight, but the bulk of the results are likely to be declared on Friday afternoon. Local elections usually focus on issues like garbage collection, graffiti and potholes, but Starmer's opponents have painted Thursday's vote as a referendum on the Prime Minister. His centre-left Labour Party is bracing for big losses that will choose about 5,000 local councillors and a handful of mayors across England, as well as semi-autonomous parliaments in Scotland and Wales. Starmer's popularity has plunged after repeated missteps since he became Prime Minister in July 2024. I'm I'm Charles Dillervesma.
China's top diplomat says ties with the U.S. remain generally stable despite numerous challenges. This a week before President Trump is expected to visit Beijing. News and analysis, townhall.com. New details have emerged in the arrest of a suspect involved in a recent shooting near the White House complex.
According to a court filing, a man accused of firing a gun at law enforcement officers near the Washington Monument this week was following the path of Vice President J.D. Vance's motorcade before the shooting. A sworn statement from a Secret Service agent also says the suspect made a vulgar remark about the White House after the confrontation. No details yet as to whether the suspect, Michael Marks, had a particular target. He's charged with assaulting officers with a dangerous weapon, discharging a firearm during a violent crime, and being a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. I'm Lisa Dwyer.
Chief Justice John Roberts defending what he suggests is the impartiality of the Supreme Court, telling a judicial conference the justices are not political actors. More on these stories, townhall.com.
President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Hey parents, plan an unforgettable summer. Send your kids to Rapidan Baptist Camp in Rochelle, Virginia. 1 week of nonstop fun and life-changing truth. Amazing preachers, friendly counselors, exciting activities. Ride an alpine coaster and zip line, a 250-foot water slide, and that's just the beginning. Junior camps for ages 7 to 12, teen camps for 13 to 18, 2-day Pee-wee camp with mom and dad for ages 4 to 8, and a brand new day camp option. Sign up today at camprapidan.com. That's camprapidan.com. Rapidan Baptist Camp, where faith and fun collide.
Hey folks, Al Green here for Sat Phone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need Sat Phone. Sat phones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your Sat phone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your Sat phone. Call now.
In a time when everything feels political, one place must rise above it all: the courtroom, where the law rules and integrity matters. In 2020, Georgians came together, electing a justice who believes in protecting our courts.
I'm Georgia Supreme Court Justice Sarah Warren, and here's what I believe. I believe in the rule of law, the separation of powers, and a judge's limited role to interpret the law as written. I believe in a nonpartisan judiciary, impartial judges who don't advocate for political positions or outcomes. I believe in deciding cases without bias or favor, treating everyone with dignity and respect. As a justice on your Supreme Court, I've upheld these values. With your support, we'll maintain the integrity of our courts.
Vote to re-elect Justice Sarah Warren. Vote early starting April 27th or on Election Day, May 19th. Paid for by Georgians for Justice Warren, Inc.
Mike, at any point in your coaching career, did you ever have an interest or express an interest in being a head coach in the college game? And do you have any idea how that may or may not have led to folks like Ryan and Doug Whaley and Carson Palmer connecting you to some college jobs?
Hey, guys, I don't have time for that speculation. I mean, that's a joke to me. I got one of the best jobs in all of professional sport. Why would I have any interest in coaching college football? That'll be the last time that I address it. And not only today, but moving forward. Never say never, but never. Okay? Anybody else got any questions about any college jobs? There's not a booster with a big enough blank check.
Anyone else? All right.
Thank you. Anybody asking Sean Payton about that? You know, anybody asking Andy Reid about stuff like that?
He's your Godzilla of the truth in America.
You look great.
No gibberish or nonsense, just common sense. And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Thanks for joining us today. Great to have you with us once again, coming live in Washington, D.C. Hey, don't forget our new segment coming up, 9 o'clock, D.C. Dispatch. We've got a great panel. Going to be introducing them at top of the hour. Dan, I got a 3-set here in the office. We're going to have to figure it out. We're going to have to get the camera going, Danny boy, but we're going to be good when everybody's set to go at 9. Also, don't forget, special programming. We're breaking it today, 10:30 a.m. sharp for Pam Everett's press conference in Columbia, South Carolina. We're carrying that live nationally because she is calling for Governor McMaster to convene a special session for redistricting. She wants to put the primary off like they did in Louisiana to get that seat. Right now, that gerrymandered seat, unconstitutional, held by Jim Clyburn. They get rid of that seat, all hell's going to break loose. But hey, fortune favors the bold, right? So we're going to see what Pam has to say. Pam is one tough lady. She's a beast. And so we're going to be carrying that live at 10:30, breaking in to regular programming. Hey, got an early visitor in my studio. She's all fired up and ready to go. Myra Pickering is with us. Myra, you just got that cup of coffee there? I said, how do you like your coffee? She says, black. I was in the Navy.
No, I worked with the Navy.
Oh, work with the Navy. Same thing. Work with the Navy, in the Navy, black coffee. You're drinking 1775 coffee, which is the official coffee of the John Fredericks Media Network. Hey, speaking of our network, don't forget, Dan, big party coming up, my victory party. I know Mayor's going to be there. June 16th. That's right, June 16th. Put it on your calendar. 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. Everybody wants to be there. You guys got to go because it's going to be great. It's at City Tavern, iconic place. Established 1796. We understand that George Washington used to partake a few cocktails there. So it's quite the place. And all you have to do, tickets are $50, but we got great speakers. Open bar, free food, drinks, food, fun, big victory. How can you ask for anything else at City Tavern? Brought to you right by us. All you have to do is go to makedcgreat.com. Makedcgreat.com. You can buy our tickets there. $50 a piece. That's all you got to do. Easy to do it. MakeDCGreat.com. We hope to see you there. Who's our speakers? Well, Representative Virginia, Morgan Griffith. I can't have a victory party without him. Treasurer, United States, Brandon Beach. Fired up the crowd. He's going to be with us at City Tavern. And our featured speaker, none other than my good friend, Corey Lewandowski. If there was any reason to go, it's to see what Corey has to say. Always entertaining. And of course, we got to plan our bus tour in New Hampshire. That'll be in Lewandowski country. We'll go up there to Al's place like we always do, but just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com, and you can buy our tickets there for $50 a piece. Do it now before they run out because, well, there's a maximum. When they sell out, they sell out. We've already got 50 of them on hold, that people that have called me and said, hold it for me. So we got to get these done. Love to have you there. This message paid for and authorized by the Fredericks for Chairman campaign, and I'm John Fredericks, and I authorized this message. Dan, we understand now you're going to be there, right, Dan?
Yeah, I'm planning on coming.
All right, we're going to get you a hotel. Santan is coming with Trent. She'll be taking pictures there, putting it up on social media. So I got to get those I'm going to get those hotels done today. Let me write that down. Hotels.
Are we sure we should tell people that I'm coming to this? We want them to come to this event.
No, they were
it's like, oh, Dan's going. I'm not going now.
Telling me there, right? I think it'd be a draw, Dan. Right? Go there.
I'm a draw. Oh my!
Wait till I call your father up today and say,
That's right.
I invited Dan.
That's
my
right.
Thing. I'll put him up in a hotel. He's coming for free, and I shake him down for $200. I'm going to shake your father down. I'm going to get that 200 out of him.
Hey, go for it.
For me
go for it. Go for it.
Grease the wheels.
He'll probably say first my son and now you, JF.
Gotta shake him down, man. Come on, let's go.
Yeah. Well, hey, no, it's coming. I'm excited. It's any place that George Washington used to frequent is a place I would like to go. So, my fellow Fredericksburger. So yeah. We both grew up on opposite sides of the Rappahannock, so I'm excited.
No question about it, Dan.
Yeah.
Well, Dan's going to be there, so you got to get Mike to fill in for you, right?
I guess. Is it my job to deliver the news?
Even though you're a teetotaler, actually, I'm going to save money on you because you don't drink or eat, right? No, you're like the cheapest date in history, dude. You don't eat anything and you don't drink anything. You drink water. The hell good is that?
Yeah, I like soda. I do like soda.
Coffee.
Yeah, I don't drink coffee. No coffee.
Myra's here drinking coffee. See, black coffee, my 1775, right? She knows how to get right to my heart. Black coffee, 1775. How is it?
It's delicious.
There we go.
There you go. Myra said
it's another live read from Myra for 1775 coffee.
Myra, I'm gonna make her part of the sales team.
Dan here for 1775 coffee. I don't drink coffee, but if I did, you'd better believe it'd be 1775 coffee. It's like Tom Brady doing an ad for Subway. Hey, try their bread.
The segment's open because now I got to text Buddy Carter. So Buddy Carter, like he's running for I just got to get this off my chest, right?
Yeah.
He's a friend of mine. He's running for Senate, right? And I'm the only person in media that has backed the guy. I'm it. He's got like one friend, me. I endorsed him. And so, we got an ad campaign running for him in Atlanta, right? So we get the new, we're like, where's it? The ads run out like today. So we're like, where's the new ads? And the agency's like, oh, they didn't put you on this schedule. I'm like, so let me get this straight. You got one guy backing you with the biggest station in Atlanta where you have to get votes in order to make the runoff. And like, I get cut? What? Are you kidding? You got to be kidding me. So I'm going to send him a text when we get to a commercial break. Say, buddy, dude, come on, man. That's just, of course, it isn't him doing it. It's those consultants he has. All right, we got a lot to talk about today. We have a new gubernatorial candidate in Ohio, Vivek Ramaswamy, says he wants Ohio to be a zero income tax state. Let's get to Vivek. Big victory in Ohio. Going to be the gubernatorial candidate. He's going to win that race, and he's going to go to no income tax. Cut to Vivek. Take a listen.
Republican nominee for governor, our friend Vivek Ramaswamy. If I was you, I'd be doing backflips. Let's be honest. I mean, this is like the perfect candidate for you. There's no way that this, COVID lunatic, Marxist socialist is going to have a shot in Ohio against you, in my humble opinion. I know you're not going to take it for granted. One other thing. I noticed that your plan is just like my state of Florida. You're trying to steal our people. That's what you're trying to do.
Look, I think it's friendly competition, Sean, and often imitation is the best form of flattery. Let's start with getting the state to a zero income tax state. Get rid of the capital gains tax. Bring down the property tax burden by downsizing the overgrowth of bureaucracy and government. It's time tested. It works. Put more money in the pockets of Ohioans. Lower costs, bigger paychecks. Produce more energy. That brings down those electric bills. cut the red tape that gets in the way of building more homes. That's how we bring down the cost of housing and make home ownership more affordable for the next generation. That's not right versus left. It's common sense, and that's what I stand for. And I am running against someone who, unfortunately, Sean, if she comes anywhere near the levers of power, would be the first socialist ever to lead Ohio. We're not going to let that happen. I am confident we're going to win decisively, but I'm also confident that we're going to have to work hard to get there. So it was a great primary victory. I'm grateful for probably the largest primary victory margin in modern Ohio history. The Republican Party is united, but I'm proud to stand for also the accomplishments we see. Let's celebrate those. S&P 500 at an all-time high. Unemployment at a relative low. We don't talk about these things enough. Around 4%, where unemployment is right now. Do we have some work to do on bringing down electric bills and bringing down the cost of living in other areas? Absolutely. A lot of that can be done at the states. And what I'm aiming to do in Ohio is to make Ohio the state where the American dream is most affordable for everyone. And I might say, Sean, we might even have a competitive
Garland in the Biden administration. So the investigation was launched in the Biden administration, simply concluding in this new administration, but somehow it's political retribution. Just go where the facts lead, right? I don't know what she did. I have no facts on it, but the FBI did go there and do a raid. Let's get to 10. Take a look what CNN has to say.
Sunlen, what more are we learning about this raid, these raids apparently around the Virginia state senator?
Yeah, raids is right, Casey. We know, according to sources, that Louise Lucas is not only her personal office in her hometown of Portsmouth, Virginia, but also her businesses. She owns multiple businesses. Multiple businesses were also the subject of search warrant today and were searched by the FBI, including one just across the street from her personal office called the Cannabis Outlet. That is a business that sells marijuana products. A source familiar with the probe confirming that the FBI did indeed execute a search warrant that was signed by a federal judge. Now, it is unclear at this time what the target or the scope of the investigation actually is. I spoke with a person very close to the senator and confirmed all of this action, confirmed that the state senator arrived in the parking lot outside of her office this morning. It is then where she was pulled to the side by three FBI agents, told her about the search, and they confirmed that multiple electronics and other items were taken from her personal office and seized by the FBI. Now, Lucas is a very outspoken senator at times, and she has most notably recently been in the press because she led the Democrats' successful redistricting efforts in the state that potentially could lead to major pickups by Democrats in the midterm elections. And Democrats in Virginia are really, Casey, making this connection and calling into question the timing of this raid, given her prominent role in that effort. U.S. Representative Bobby Scott, who's a Virginia Democrat, he says that he noted that the searches are coming just 2 weeks after that successful effort, saying, quote, while we await the full facts of the investigation, it must be acknowledged that this FBI raid occurs in the broader context of President Trump's repeated abuse of the Department of Justice to target his perceived political opponents. And Don Scott, who serves with her in the Virginia House of Delegates, a Democrat, also said in a statement, quote, people should take this with a grain of salt and allow the facts to come out before jumping to conclusions. concerns given the politicization of this administration. Now, Lucas, when reached out by CNN, did not respond for comment, but a source close to her tells me, quote, she is a fighter. Casey.
All right, Salman Surfati, thank you so much for that report.
So how is it a political hit if the investigation on Senator Lucas was launched in the Biden administration under Merrick Garland? Let's explain that one. This is not new. This just didn't come up. They've been working on this for some time. These things take a lot of time to unravel. I don't know what they're accusing her of. I don't know why they did the raid. I have no facts on it. And she certainly deserves the opportunity to plead her case. So I don't even know why they're there. But I do know, confirmed, that this was initiated in the Biden administration. So what on earth does this have to do with Trump or Kesh Patel or our current DOJ, interim DOJ leader? Nothing. It has nothing to do with them. It was simply the FBI rolling it forward. Maybe the timing, was weird, but it is what it is. So I'm not really sure what exactly that they're talking about on that one. John Fredericks Media Network. Let's go to a quick word from our sponsors, Dan, and I'll be right back. Stay with us.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Sol Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Sol Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Sol Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. We intake oxygen every time we breathe, and breathing is how we stay alive. When God first created man, he breathed life into him. Our Lord also breathed spiritual life into his apostles and filled them with the Holy Spirit at the first Pentecost. Oxygen is a source of life both physically and spiritually. It's the same with fire. Oxygen is needed in order to keep a fire burning, which begs the question, are you on fire for the Lord, or has your spiritual oxygen been extinguished? To answer this, we must go to the source. The source of our spiritual oxygen is the Lord himself. Without him, there is no life within us. Those are his words, not mine. We are called to tap into this life source by baptism, daily prayer, and receiving the sacraments, especially Holy Communion if you are a Catholic, in the state of grace. If we tap into this life source every day, our lives will be filled with the love of the Lord, our spiritual oxygen. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
California with this Democratic primary, you hear those debates. It's really like the bar scene in Star Wars. I mean, this is some of the craziest candidates you've ever seen. One trying to out-communist the other. It's like, how do we get to the left of Che Guevara, Fidel Castro, you name it, right? Stalin. I mean, these people are bat crap crazy. I know we've only got 3 minutes. I want to run cut 13 here. Now, here's a Democratic strategist saying that we have produced what he called a questionable array of candidates in California's gubernatorial race. You don't say. 13, take a look.
Democratic strategist Adam Gentleson is back with us. There's been a kind of brutal question, and I'm going to go ahead and pose it. It expresses the disappointment that we've heard from voters, that we've read about from political columnists, and it's about candidate quality. This is the question. Is this the best California can do? Was there someone on that stage who seemed capable of running the fourth largest economy in the world?
Man, I don't know. It's a good question because California, there are so many Democrats who hold elected office in California, and you would think that, we should be able to produce some better quality candidates than what you saw on that stage. We have an incredible bench. You look across the country, there are all these promising candidates everywhere, and yet somehow in this state that is sort of our bastion, our stronghold, we have produced this pretty questionable array of candidates. You cannot blame the voters of California for sort of failing to consolidate behind anybody at this stage in the race because nobody's making a particularly compelling case. And I hope that one of them, sometimes candidates seem weaker in an election than they prove to be effective governors once they get in office. I think that's the best that we kind of hope for the people of the state of California right now.
I mean, they're going to elect one of these people governor, right? Because the Republican can't win. I know Steve Hilton's raising money and trying to make this a race, but he's not going to win, right? They're going to elect one of these people is going to end up getting in the runoff with Hilton, and they're going to win with 65% of the vote because that's the way California votes. So one of these people is going to win. I don't know who. I don't care. Doesn't matter. One is going to out left-wing the other. One is going to out-Mandami the other. And so the state is just going down the tubes. It's a total disaster. So that's what's going to happen. That's why I don't really cover it, because at the end of the day, Hilton's not going to win that race, and I don't have time. We got too many other things going on, like DC Dispatch, which will be with us live, launching at 9 o'clock, 10:30, Pam Evett, live, Columbia. We're carrying that press conference. Dan, I assume we're all set for that. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. We're going to be right back. Stay with us.
Ponder this. Imagine for a moment that you are lying on your deathbed. This is a great exercise to do each day in preparation for your very last day on earth. Think about the tests you've ever taken, the job interviews you've had, and the many life celebrations you've been a part of. In all of these cases, preparation makes for successful outcomes. The same is true for dying. We must prepare every day for the day we are to die, in case today might be our last. Make sure you are right with the Lord first and foremost. If you are a Catholic, make sure you are in the state of grace by receiving the sacrament of confession often. Next, make sure you are right with your family, friends, and all those who are in your world. Apologize to those who have offended you and mend relationships that need healing. Make each day a preparation for your last day on earth, because it just may be. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Quite frankly, we bring in $12 million to the university. Nothing to do with state funds. We make $12 million a year for this university. Get some facts and come back and see me. Get some facts and come back and see me. Don't throw out salaries or other things. Get some facts and come back and see me. We turn over $12 million to the University of Connecticut, which is state-run. Next question.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Truth and clarity lives here. Want to go and get clickbait nonsense? Well, you can get it. Alex Jones, he'll give it to you. Let's see who else. Tucker Carlson got plenty of it there, plenty of nonsense going on there. Megyn Kelly, sure, she'll have it too. Candace Owens, you want that nonsense? I'm not your guy. You want the truth and you want clarity. You want to keep it right here on the John Fredericks Media Network. This segment brought to you by our great friends at trying to pass the Safer Supervision Act. I'm such a believer in the Safer Supervision Act because we have the highest level of recidivism in the free world. Somebody gets out of jail, they did their time, a judge lets them out because they've done their time or they're out on parole and they're being supervised. Well, we want them to get back in society, pay taxes, be with their families, have a job. That's the key. And if they're being supervised, well, that puts them in a hard spot sometimes because they have to show up for a drug test on a dime, leave work. If they're doing everything right and their parole officer deems that they're no risk, drug-free, alcohol-free, has a job, everything's doing what they should do, then the Safer Supervision Act allows for the parole officer to recommend to the judge that they be taken off supervision so they can go lead a normal life, which is good. And then beyond that, right, that parole officer has the time to focus on those that really need supervising because they're not doing as well. So that's why this makes sense. More information, go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com, and this message is paid for by the Reform Action Fund. Thank you. Okay, let's get to a couple other things. We can't get Meister on, no signal, so we'll try to deal with that a little bit later on. Myra, if you're hot, just open up the door. That's the easiest thing to do. And then when you come over here, you'll sit by that fan until the air kicks in. Okay, we went over the Dem strategist. You've got now. I've got to get to cut 15. Here's Representative Jayapal. Get this. You're going to think this is from The Onion, right? Here's Jayapal announcing that she's been working as a member of the U.S. Congress with foreign countries to supply oil to Cuba in defiance of the Trump administration blockade. So now you got a congresswoman from Michigan running behind the president of the United States, the chief executive, around the Department of War, around the Secretary of State, in trying to cut deals with other countries to prop up the communist regime that is about to fall. And you really think these people are going to win the House? Is this treason? What is this? Take a listen to this. 15, roll it.
In January, Trump issued an executive order threatening tariffs on any country supplying fuel to Cuba. This was this January, just a few months ago. And oil shipments from Venezuela, that's where Cuba had been getting its oil, were halted after the U.S. operations to kidnap Nicolas Maduro. Since January, only one Russian tanker of oil has made it to Cuba. In fact, it landed just a couple of days before I landed. And one tanker has enough oil basically for 10 to 14 days of Cuba's oil needs. So it's a very limited amount of time. Now, Russia has said they're going to send another tanker. I was in conversations with the ambassadors from Mexico and some other places, and I know other countries in Latin America are trying to figure out how to get oil there. But it is a crisis beyond imagination. Just this past Friday, on May 1st, Trump signed a broad executive order that widens sanctions and allows for new penalties similar to what we have for Iran and Russia against foreign banks and firms that are dealing with Cuba. And it also reinforces the ban on U.S. tourism. I have called these sanctions an economic bombing of the infrastructure of Cuba. It is illegal. It is against the war. We've been talking about this in Iran, obviously, to bomb the infrastructure of any country. That is against international law. This is essentially doing the same thing. It is bombing the infrastructure of Cuba with economic sanctions that essentially ensure that the infrastructure collapses.
If that's not a definition of treason, I don't know what the hell is. I mean, here's a member of the United States Congress going around the chief executive, going around the Secretary of State, going around the Secretary of War, initiating her own foreign policy, cutting deals, trying to prop up a communist regime responsible for the deaths of tens of thousands of Cubans. Tens of thousands. This is why we're going to win the midterms. They can't help themselves. The communists have taken over the Democratic Party. They're running the party just like MAGA is running the Republican Party. The Republican Party, you could call it the MAGA Party. We have taken this thing over lock, stock, and barrel. Yeah, we got a few rhinos out there. We got a few state chairmen that, don't do anything. Yeah, I get it. Not to mention any names, right? Chairman's corner will flush them all out. But the bottom line is, no one is going to vote for what you just saw. Okay, do we have Jason Meester? Is it Meister or Meester, Jason? We have him on? Hey, Jason.
Hey, how are you?
Is it Meester or Meister?
Meister.
Jason Meister, political strategist, was an advisory board member of the Trump for President Inc. campaign. Jason, you saw that clip. I'm beside myself. I mean, we play all the crazy stuff that Mandami says and the communists say, and that gubernatorial debate in California was like a bar scene at Star Wars, absolutely insane, and we laugh at it. But here you got a member of Congress going around the president, doing her own foreign policy, trying to cut deals to prop up a communist regime on the verge of collapse. What is your reaction to this?
Look, John, I heard you talk about this a little earlier, and in my opinion, you're spot on with this, which is that, one of Donald Trump's greatest accomplishments is the destruction of the Democratic Party. He brings out the worst in his enemies. And over the last decade, he's driven the left absolutely insane. And so what's happened within the Democrat Party is there's been a civil war. And who's coming out on top are the radical Marxists, the Ilhan Omars, the AOCs, the Zohran Mamdanis. That is the wing of the future of the Democrat Party. The mainstream moderate Democrat is a dinosaur that is going extinct. And I think that you're absolutely correct in your analysis that the midterms is going to come down to the fact that the independents and the normal American voter is not going to vote for radical left Marxists. And that's just the bottom line.
I think if you look at Virginia, and I've been saying this all week, you look at Virginia 2 weeks ago, we did that bus tour for 10 days. I did the bus tour in Indiana. You look at those results, they poke the bear, because all we ever heard was Trump voters don't come out if he's not on the ticket. They stay home. We can't get him out. Well, they got him out in Virginia in massive numbers. We got him out for a ballot initiative that nobody could understand because it was so disingenuous the way it was written. Then we get him out for obscure state Senate races in rural Indiana and win what I think is going to be 6 of the 7 seats. Have they poked the bear here?
I do. I think they've poked the bear. And I think that the American people remember what life was like under Joe Biden just a year ago, a little over a year ago. They remember the last 4 years of the preceding administration. They remember the inflation. They remember the gas prices. They remember the debacle with Afghanistan, the war with Russia and Ukraine, the COVID mishandling, the mandates. They remember all of that. And they remember the last year under President Trump and all the accomplishments that he's made and the headway that he's made, and look forward to the next 3 years. So I think they poked the bear. I think that I'm not a doomer. I think that I'm very positive as to where we are. We're going to land the plane with Iran, I believe. I think we're going to see some unbelievable things happen between now and the midterms as it relates to Cuba. Look at Venezuela. I mean, this president is accomplishing things that no president before him has ever even embarked on. And so I think the American people are going to overwhelmingly see that in these midterm elections.
Jason, why am I the only guy in national media that believes we're going to win the midterms? Why is that? Even on our side, one guy, me.
Yeah, John, it's hard to say. I think your analysis is spot on. I concur with you. I also think there's another thing here that a lot of analysts are not talking about, which is there has been this incredible amount of lawfare since Russiagate, through the 2020 election, through the Mar-a-Lago raid, this string of crimes that I believe you're going to see very high level Democrats under the gun as it relates to a grand jury that's been impaneled in Fort Pierce, Florida. And if you have top brass of the Democrat Party, I'm not saying that we're going to have definitive results of those prosecutions, but if you have top brass of the Democratic Party under a grand jury and indicted, I think that has a significant impact on the midterm elections. By the way, not just positively for MAGA and Trump and Republicans, because every action has a reaction on both sides, but that will have an impact on the midterms that no one that I'm listening to is talking about. But I think it's going to have a net positive result to Trump and Republicans.
Well, the other thing you have to look at is I'm convinced now the Virginia election, because it was so close, I believe that the Supreme Court of Virginia is going to do one of two things: strike it down or kick the can down the road. They still haven't heard oral haven't scheduled, this is the Virginia Supreme Court, oral arguments on 2 of the cases. The clock runs out in 8 days. May 15th, if it goes beyond May 15th and they don't have a ruling, there's no way they can change these maps for 2026. They'll basically say we'll have to deal with it for 2028 because they're not going to have the time. And that's only 8 days away. And they haven't even scheduled oral arguments, Jason, for 2 of the cases. So this thing is dead. They're not going to get those seats. They blew $110 million on it. This is the Dems. And we're carrying Pam Evitz. She's a lieutenant governor of South Carolina. We're carrying her press conference live at 10:30 today nationally. She's calling on McMaster to call a special session to get rid of the Clyburn seat, which is now illegal, according to SCOTUS. So we could pick up 12 seats, Alabama, Mississippi, Louisiana, Florida's already done, Tennessee, Bill Lee. We could pick up 10 to 12 seats, plus keep the ones we have in Virginia. That puts this whole thing in play.
Absolutely agree.
You agree with that?
I absolutely agree with you. Look, I think the Democrats are cornered in every aspect, domestic, international, and I think that you're going to see that play out. And I'm looking forward to these midterms because once we get that behind us, the golden era, we'll start to see that shape up in a very nice way. Like I said, I think we're going to land the Iran plane, and then we're going to head into a very aggressive domestic focus in the following 2 years under Trump.
You know, there's one of the Democrats came on yesterday. I'm actually trying to find this clip number. Basically, I think it was Seth Moulton. See if you can find this, Dan. I think it was Seth Moulton yesterday comes on and is trying to explain to the world how we're losing the war in Iran and they're actually defeating us, right? So somehow we're losing the war in Iran, and they get on TV, between them and the fake news every day, and they tell you how wretched your life is. It's wretched, according to them. Let's get to, let's get to cut 9. Here's Moulton saying we've lost the war with Iran. Roll it.
So this agreement, we're moving towards this one-page memo, according to our reporting. Are you optimistic that this could put us in a better place?
No. We're in a decidedly worse place because Trump started this war. Iran has way more leverage than they had at the beginning when we were just trying to negotiate a nuclear deal with them. Now Trump's trying to reopen the strait as well. And I don't think that either is going to come on great terms for the United States. This is a loss for us. And that's how dangerous this war has been.
This is as in we have lost this war?
We're certainly losing it right now on almost every measure. You know, regime change has gotten us a more hardline regime. We destroyed some of their ballistic missiles, but given them billions and billions of dollars by lifting oil sanctions so they can buy more. We clearly have not obliterated their nuclear program, and we're in a far worse position than Obama was with the Iran nuclear deal. And on top of that, the Islamic regime has run Iran for 50 years under multiple U.S. presidents. And we've had all sorts of misadventures in the U.S., including Bush's wars, Jimmy Carter's hostage crisis, but they never closed the Strait of Hormuz. It took Hegseth and Trump, the most incompetent people imaginable for our national security, to actually get the Islamic Republic to close the Strait of Hormuz. And now he's begging, we're the ones making proposals to them. Trump is going to them saying, please negotiate with us so we can reopen the strait. It's pathetic. It's not a good position to be in for our national security.
So according to Democrat Congressman from Connecticut, Seth Moulton, we're losing the war. They have no ships. They have no Navy. We destroyed their ballistic missile system. We have a blockade. They're losing $500 million a day. They don't have any money. They can't fund their surrogates, Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas. They can't fund them. They're 3 or 4 levels deep in leaders. Nobody knows who's in charge. And they're running out of money. And so they have some mines and some speedboats, of which we sunk yesterday, 8 of them, and their sailors are dead. They're on the bottom of the ocean. But somehow, according to Congressman Moulton, we're losing the war.
Yeah, John, look, the first casualty of war, they say, is truth. And the truth is that we have set the Iranian country from an enriching uranium standpoint back at least a decade or more, which was the most important objective here. We've reduced the Ayatollah to a cardboard amputee. So, I mean, in every facet of what our main objectives were, we've accomplished it. So you want to talk about regime change? I think that's a fair analysis or criticism because we haven't seen the result yet of regime change. But from an enriching uranium standpoint, when Iran's negotiators are sitting across the table from Steve Witkoff and saying that they've enriched enough uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs, you have to take the Iranian people at their word. And so this administration did what no other administration did and took a proactive approach to a problem that has been going on for decades. And so for a congressman or senator to say that this is a war that we're losing on every front is just absurd. And it's just political partisan politics, not reality and truth, which is the truth is that we've solved a nuclear holocaust from coming about into the world because President Trump has done what no president has even embarked to try to do.
Well, you've got the Democrats basically saying we're losing the war. They're rooting for Iran, where they got the fake news behind them. And every day we're being told our life is miserable. Gas is up $1.50. We're all going to die, even though it was $5 under Biden and it was transitory based on, let's see, supply chain issues with the Ukraine war, and they blamed Putin. But nobody died when it was $5. Now we're all going to die. And according to them, we lead the most miserable, wretched lives in history. According to them, Jason.
It's incredible.
Yeah. All right, but I got to go. I got to get out early for the DC Dispatch. Jason, do me a favor. Stay on the line. Be sure that Dan gets your mobile so we can stay in touch and have you on again. Enjoyed the segment. Great insight. Got to go early. Got to set up for the DC Dispatch. You're on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. DC Dispatch next. Stay with us.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off. In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. As Tennessee lawmakers are poised to vote on a Republican-backed redistricting plan, Alabama Republicans are also considering redrawing the congressional maps. And in South Carolina, Republican State Rep Brandon Newton says a redistricting effort in his state is not about strengthening the GOP.
This isn't about any one person. This is simply about the process of making sure the maps are constitutional and they are ones that are fair and honest and that we can use. It doesn't matter who's in the seats. These seats are not ours and they're not the congressmen's. They are the people's seats, and so it shouldn't play a role of who's in the chair.
The Supreme Court recently found that Louisiana's Democrats relied too heavily on race when creating a second black majority district. You can do it the easy way or the hard way. That, in a nutshell, is a choice President Trump offers Iran. He's urging Tehran to accept a U.S. proposal to end the war, or else he warns a bombing will resume. In the meantime, the president says the U.S. blockade of Iranian ports remains very much in effect.
It's like a wall of steel. Nobody goes through. In particular, the Iranians, they're not getting anything through one way or the other, so they're out of business. And we'll see whether or not they are agreeing. And if they don't agree, they'll end up agreeing shortly thereafter.
The president insists the Iranians, despite public statements to the contrary, are interested in making a deal. He says they've already signaled a willingness to give up their nuclear ambitions. Powerful storms that included at least one confirmed tornado have lashed parts of Mississippi, damaging nearly 500 homes, bringing down trees, power lines. No immediate reports of fatalities, although at least 17 people have been injured. On Wall Street, ahead of this morning's opening bell, the Dow futures are up 121 points. NASDAQ futures ahead 31 points. The S&P futures up 11. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
Hi, my name's Neil. I have some advice for you if you've been trying to break free from credit card debt. You can start by doing what I did. Get your bills together and call Trinity Debt Management. Trinity is dedicated to helping people like me become debt-free. When I called, my first experience was a feeling of relief. My counselor was kind, and best of all, she didn't judge me. In just a few minutes, she helped me figure out a plan that consolidated all my bills into one lower monthly payment. This substantially reduced my high interest rates and put me on the road to success. In the end, I saved thousands in interest, and today my credit card debt is a thing of the past.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Neil. Take it from someone who's been there. Call Trinity and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
A senior Hezbollah commander has reportedly been killed in an Israeli strike in the southern suburbs of Lebanon's capital, Beirut.
It was a targeted airstrike, and we understand that it hit a commander in Radwan Brigade, along with his assistants and some others who were apparently in a meeting. That information came from the IDF. They've announced that they have targeted one of the leaders of Radwan Brigade, who was responsible, in accordance to the Israelis, to some attacks in northern Israel.
The BBC's Lena Sinjab. The polls have opened for midterm local and regional elections could significantly impact British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Starmer's Labour Party is bracing for losses in elections across England, Scotland and Wales. While local elections usually focus on community issues like garbage collection and potholes, opponents have framed this as a referendum on Starmer and his party. Townhall.com. One suspect apprehended following a deadly mass shooting at a lakeside park in Oklahoma.
Police in Edmond, Oklahoma have made an arrest after a weekend shooting that killed a young woman and left nearly 24 others injured.
Multiple subjects produced firearms and discharged in excess of 80 rounds.
Police Chief J.D. Younger says 18-year-old Jalen Davis turned himself in and is being held on a $1 million bond.
That charge is in the process of being upgraded to felony murder.
The 18-year-old who died from her injuries, Aviana Smith Gray, was a high school senior. Her family says she loved to sing and dance and was looking forward to graduation. I'm Jennifer King.
Budget airline AirAsia is ordering 150 Airbus A220-300 jets, valued at roughly $19 billion. It is the largest single order ever placed for the A220 planes. AirAsia says the aircraft's fuel efficiency and lower emissions are crucial for coping with high fuel prices. More on these stories at townhall.com.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your sat phone. Call now.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Salty, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
They want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Oh, great to have you back on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps. I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, truth and clarity right here. Well, today we're starting our first edition of our Thursday DC Dispatch. And let me introduce our panel, two of them here in studio with me. We're going to go right from the middle. And I know I'm going to mess your name up for the first 150 times. But with me to my right here, part of our panel on the DC Dispatch, Maria Pickering. Maria, thanks for being with us. And
my pleasure.
Maria has been a Republican activist here in the district for a very long time. She ran for city council at large, ran a very competitive race, and she's going to be part of our panel. So, Maria, thanks for being with us.
My pleasure.
She also came early. And what do you think of my 1775 coffee?
Your 1775 coffee is delicious, and I want to thank you for having this forum where we can discuss local DC issues, because as we residents here, I've lived here for half a century, since the glorious economy of the Carter administration. And people don't realize that DC is a city of unique neighborhoods. People raise their children here. People live daily lives here. Many people from out of town, of course, think it's just the White House, the Capitol, the monuments, the Smithsonian. But no, we have our own unique neighborhoods and local issues. And people who have been involved, like I have, at the local level, you will find that each neighborhood has its own issues and its own concerns. And there's a lot of work to do here. So thank you for having this forum so we can bring some of these issues to light.
I think it's going to be a lot of fun, and I think it's going to look, we have a national audience, but everybody wants to know what's going on in the nation's capital. They come here, they visit here. Of course, all of us live here. Also with us, part of our panel, is Terry Gilbert. Terry, thank you for being with us.
Thanks, John.
And here's how I met Terry. I was on the phone going through my call list, trying to get signatures to get on the ballot for running for DC Ward 2 chairman. I called through my numbers. Her husband, Mark, answers the phone. And so I talked to him a little bit. And I said, hey, can I come and get your signature? He says, sure. We put up a date. And they were so nice. I went to their home to get their signature. And Terry was there and let me in. They offered me snacks, coffee, signed the petitions. And we had a great conversation. And that's how we started. That's how we got to know each other.
That's right.
And then I find out that Terry was in media. She was on radio, TV. She's been in DC forever.
Well, and not forever.
Well, for a long time.
For 4 years now.
Well, that's
a long enough time.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in it only for 15, but I'm a little bit older than you. You're a spring chicken. So tell us a little bit about yourself. And by the way, thanks for having me to your home and signing my petition.
Well, and you're welcome. And I will add one little footnote, too. I met you. You won't remember because it was a big convention with Barrett Media here in DC.
Oh, yeah, that was a long time ago.
That was a while back, yeah. And there was a convo here in DC. They have these convos
all over the United States. But I've been in media over 30 years. I'm sure you've been in media over 30 years, something like that. And started as a TV anchor and reporter in small markets. And broadcasting is quite transient, as many people know. So then I went to mid-sized markets, wound up in Phoenix in talk radio for a very long time with KFYI, the Valley's talk station. That was the big talker. And then I went to Salem Media, which does not have anything more than spoken word format, whereas iHeartMedia, which was the KFYI media, has all kinds of radio stations associated with it. They have easy listening, they have Spanish, they have sports talk. But Salem really emphasizes spoken word format with conservative talk only. They don't get into music. So after that, I came here. I did a show on the Hill called Timeline with Terry, a TV show. And now I'm doing your show, which I'm delighted because DC issues overlap with the district and federal issues. And so we can make good gab with all of that.
It's going to be fun. And also, anybody wants to call in at any time, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. We always take your calls. This is a community, truth and clarity. Also, joining us remotely is my political director who helped me put this together, who's leading this panel in many ways, and also the vice chair of the DC GOP, and that is my good friend, Christina Goodlander. Christina, welcome to the panel, and thank you for your hard work in getting this all set up and putting it for us together.
Well, good morning, John. Thank you for having me, and thank you for giving us and creating this wonderful platform to discuss these issues that are so close to my heart and so close to many people's hearts.
And Christina also serves as my political director for our political operation here in DC. She's the vice chair, as you know, of the DC GOP. And I got to know her, when I first started my campaign. But I find Christina to be one of the most talented, energetic, competent, visionary women that I've met so far in the party, in the district, and her leadership is one of the reasons that I'm staying around, because with people like her, we actually can move the ball forward. So, Christina, really appreciate your hard work and all you do. So thank you.
Well, thank you, John, and really appreciate everything that you and that Ann have done for the party since you've arrived in DC. You've been so kind, so generous, lending of your time, treasure, and talents so that we can really take the Republican Party to the next level in our nation's capital.
Well, before we get into the issues, of which we have many to cover today, and we're going to get to our big event, our big victory party. This was Christina Goodlander's idea, brilliant idea. It's June 16th at City Tavern, the iconic City Tavern. I understand, Christina, you told me that this is where George Washington would go for a beer. Is that true?
He did, and it's also where John Adams, for instance, would stay the night when he came to DC to oversee the construction of our nation's capital. It's a very historic spot, and Ronald Reagan actually held his inauguration lunch in the very space where we'll be having our party. So this is very exciting.
It's going to be on June 16th, 6 to 9 p.m. It's going to be our victory party. We have three great speakers. Besides Christina will be one of our speakers there, but also we've got Congressman Virginia Morgan Griffith will be with us. United States Treasurer Brandon Beach is coming. And of course, our featured speaker, the one and only Corey Lewandowski, who should definitely spice things up. So that is going to be fun. What?
Looking forward to that.
Oh, it's going to be fun. And he'll take questions. And Corey's one of my best friends in the world. So always fun to have him. Always the life of the party. And you're probably saying, well, how do I get to this? Because there's open bar and there's free food. Whenever Ann and I do an event, fun, food, always have fun. Fun and food never run out. So we're going to have a good time there. You can put it up on screen, Dan, if you want. But to get tickets are only $50 a piece, but you got to get them now. Just go to makedcgreat.com, makedcgreat.com. You can get your tickets there. You can be a sponsor for $200, and you can be part of the advisory council for $100, and then tickets are $50. And I know that Mary can't wait to buy tickets and go, so, especially when she heard Lewandowski was coming. She's fired up.
Well, the City Tavern is a historic location, as Christina accurately pointed out. GW, George Washington himself, was known to go there, and that's where John Adams stayed before he moved into the White House. So there's a lot of history there.
No doubt. Well, let's get into our panel. There's a lot going on in D.C. Christina, we've raised some issues here, that things that are kind of interesting going on. I want to start with the curfew issue and the number of teenagers that go on social media and gather in a certain location. On the surface, it sounds harmless, right? Let's all get together. Let's meet at the Navy Yard, or let's meet here, or let's meet there. Goes around social media like fire. You start with 10, then all of a sudden you got 100, then you got 150. The problem with it is it's been getting out of hand. We've seen vandalism, cars broken into. It's turned into a mob.
Some fights,
not good. Not good for the kids either. Our mayor Bowser has said, "Look, we got to stop this." You put the National Guard there, but they're kids. Right. So what are you going to do, right? I mean, there's only so much the National Guard can do, or any officer can do, whatever the police presence is. So Bowser calls for a curfew, which makes sense, right? Kids should be home anyway. Like, go do your homework, right?
Yes.
Go.
They're teenagers.
They're teenagers. So you put the curfew on, and of course the left wing on city council running for mayor goes nuts and doesn't want a curfew, and they won't vote for it. And now the whole thing is up in the air. Let's start with Goodlander. Christina, what do you make of this whole mess?
Well, fundamentally, what this comes down to is we need order in our nation's capital. We cannot have this level of chaos. And like everybody was saying, it sounds harmless, it's a couple teenagers. But when you're talking about several hundreds of teenagers, maybe most of them, maybe 90% of them just want to be out with their friends and have a good time. But when you have a few bad apples, that number of people can get out of control and get out of hand very quickly. And unfortunately, a few weeks ago, we saw one teenager brought a gun to one of these rallies. And I was temporarily living in Navy Yard when, for example, the big rumble that happened on Halloween took place. And it was just absolute mayhem. Businesses have been vandalized, and it's terrible for our local economy, in addition to just the basic law and order. Now, I sympathize with these kids, because when you actually listen to interviews with them, they're saying, look, we were locked down for 4 years because of COVID. So, COVID tyranny is kind of the gift that keeps on giving, so to speak. I sympathize with them, but at the end of the day, we have to have order in our nation's capital.
Mario, what do you think of this whole thing?
Well, I think it's very sad, because we have such a beautiful city, and we have these children. I call them the great-grandchildren of the Great Society. Many of them come from homes where there is not a father in the home, and there is not adequate supervision. And so they could be doing other things. They could be taking advantage of our beautiful library system and doing their homework. They could be doing community service by picking up the trash in the parks and the streets. I'm very supportive of President Trump's initiative to make our city as beautiful as it can be. So there are many productive things they could be doing, in addition to enjoying the company of other people of their own age. Sure, everybody wants to hang out with their pals, but many of these teenagers have caused physical harm. They've caused damage to our businesses, as Christina accurately pointed out. Some of them have caused physical harm, carjackings, murders. This has happened in an environment like that. So there is a need to promote law and order, and the curfew is probably a good first step. It should be revisited as time goes on, but we're going to be celebrating the nation's 250th birthday here this year. We probably are going to have an influx of visitors from all over the country, if not all over the world. And we want the city to be a beautiful, peaceful place and not have this potential for disruption and violence, which hurts everybody. It hurts the people who live here, full time, and it also is not a good look for our visitors.
That's a horrible look. And Terry, I mean, the curfew made sense to me. They needed, I think, 9 votes on the council in order to override some of them that didn't want it. They only got 8. I mean, why are we got 2 candidates for mayor? One of them is going to win, right? Either it's going to be Janice Lewis George or McDuffie. One of these is going to be mayor of DC. Neither of them, of course, Janice Lewis George opposes the curfew, and McDuffie really doesn't have a position on it, which seems to be he doesn't have a position on anything. Why would you be opposed to kids going home?
Why would you be opposed to 11 p.m.? 11 p.m. is a great hour to go home. And I am not sure why the two mayoral candidates can't come down on the side of Mario Bowser, who said, we're not interested in arresting kids. We're interested in keeping them safe from each other in a large crowd, large gatherings, especially if another teen brings a gun or a knife or just has his fists up for a fist fight. It's not even summer yet, for crying out loud. They've got homework to do. They got beds to be in. They got to get up the next morning, one would think. So I don't understand. I don't understand why 11 o'clock is so bad. I did like what Mario Bowser said. She said the intent is not to arrest, but to keep our kids safe. And then Phil Mendelson said, I read this, it's about police being able to break up large gatherings.
That makes sense. Mendelson makes sense.
It makes sense. And if it's over 9 kids, that's enough. I mean, 9 kids is enough. If it's over, that's too much. Especially in Navy Yard.
We're getting 150. With 9, you're getting 150.
I realize that. So I'm all for this. I mean, I've known other cities that have had curfews at 10 or even 9 for teenagers. Bring it. Bring it on and keep it permanent.
They have a curfew at National Harbor, right?
I believe so.
Yeah, when we go there to MGM, Grand or CPAC was there. Now they moved to Dallas or something. But whenever you go in there, there's signs that are bigger than this room that says under 18 curfew 9 p.m. And they will just pick you up because obviously, they have to bring guests in there, go to the casino, whatever they do.
But
the
there's
Gaylord.
that gambling aspect too. So
yeah,
kids
they just
need
get them
to
out.
be home. Right.
But I mean, when you look at Christina, 11 o'clock, I mean, first of all, I go to bed at 8, so that's way after my bedtime. But Ann and I, 3 kids. I mean, I couldn't imagine our kids ever being out past 9 o'clock on a school night ever. I mean, my youngest son plays baseball. They got a bed check at 9 o'clock on campus from the baseball team. Like if they have to wear those bands, like they know where they are. If they're not in their room at 9, like they get suspended off the team. So what is wrong with 11 o'clock?
Nothing is wrong with 11 o'clock. And it strikes me that these mayoral candidates need to get on board with this, because if not, don't tell me about the complaints I will hear later with federal takeover of all these kids. Because if you can't do this home rule piece right now, the right way it's supposed to be done with a curfew, then it could be President Trump coming in and saying, hey, you can't manage this. Maybe we'll get some more National Guard over there, or we'll do something. So when they complain about federal input and federal takeover, they should be careful on this issue and do it themselves and get for 11 p.m.
And in particular, when we're talking about Navy Yard, so for those who haven't spent as much time in DC, Navy Yard is only a few blocks from the Capitol. It's where many members of Congress live when they're in DC. Many staffers live there. It's also where the Nationals baseball team has their park, which means that we have many visitors to town who come. There are lots of new hotels. A lot of the people who will be visiting us for America 250 for the 4th of July will be staying in Navy Yard. It's one of those areas in particular where we can't have chaos.
Right.
You know what's amazing, ladies? And by the way, our panel, you're on the DC Dispatch. This is our launching of this panel. It's going to be every Thursday at 9 to 10 a.m. Myra Pickering with us. She's in the middle. You can see her right here in the beautiful blue. Myra, long-term activist here in DC on the Republican side. Terry Kilberg with us here in studio. It's great to have you ladies here. I
Great
kind
to
of
be
like
here.
this setup. And of course, Christina Goodlander, DC GOP vice chair, and also my political director from Florida today, as she's in the middle of some home renovations. Can't wait till it's done so she can invite us all over. So just tell Martin, where's the party?
I'll
We're
bring the
waiting.
wine, Christina.
We'll have a party. It'll be great.
Party? All right, I'm going.
Oh, yeah.
But, one thing here, doesn't this make Mayor Bowser compared to who's running?
Oh.
Doesn't it put her in a don't you look at her differently that you did even 24 months ago?
Well, she does sound like the voice of reason here, and I'd like to point out that it's not just neighborhoods like the Navy Yard that have this issue. I live near Tenley Circle, near American University, and we have Jackson Reed High School in the neighborhood, and we have had issues that have affected the business community along the corridor of Wisconsin Avenue, close to the high school, where again, it may not have been late at night, but when school lets out, sometimes we have these groups of teenagers who should be in the library. We have a beautiful library in Tenley Circle. They should be in the library. They should be home studying. They should maybe be doing community service, and no, they get together and they cause trouble for the local businesses. And I think that's an issue.
It hurts the businesses.
It hurts the businesses. We had a closet store closed in Tenley Circle recently, and I'm sure some of this teenage activity may have been a factor in that. Yeah,
No doubt
it hurts
about
our
it.
small businesses.
By the way, Tenley Circle, that's where my church is, St. Anne's Catholic Church.
Oh, nice.
I'm a parishioner at St. Anne's as well. Amen.
Oh, amen. I've been there. Amen, amen.
This
I
is
say to you.
This is the Catholic panel, right here, Goodlander.
Go Catholics.
Goodlander, you got to convert. Once you're Catholic, you can go back to the Catholic faith. You'll be all with us. We're all in.
I grew up Catholic. I
know you did. I want to get you back involved, right?
Once she's in the studio and we have everybody in the studio, we'll all be the Catholic panel here.
We'll be the Catholic panel here. That's right, Goodlander. Okay, curfew. We're all for that. I got about 2 minutes before we take a break. When we get back, this scandal within the DC Police Department.
Huge.
And it's getting bigger and worse than we thought. You go back to the press conference that police chief had. What was her name?
Pamela Smith.
Pamela Smith. Remember how defiant she was at that press conference?
Yes, before she resigned.
That we didn't fudge any numbers, and it's all
very
Trump,
defensive.
and it's all Pam Bondi, and it's all Kash Patel, and this and that. She went on ranting and raving. Yeah. And now, even their internal investigations, their own IG is saying this thing was the tip of the iceberg. They said that when we get back, they said that violent crime was up 2%. Now we find out it was up 28%.
Right.
That's a 26% lie. That, when we get back, what is going on with the DC cops, and where do we go from here with our panel? The DC Dispatch is next. After this quick word from our sponsors, stay with us.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond.
Great
I won
job.
a $23,000
Guys are off
jackpot at
to a super
Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA.
The Trump administration has brought a lot of positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system, but there is only so much the government can do. And if we really want to make America healthy again, that starts at home, and that's where the Wellness Company comes in. The Wellness Company allows you to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits, which contain an assortment of life-saving medications and guidebooks to assist in the proper use of these medications. The Wellness Company also offers a variety of health products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more, helping you stay healthy and live a longer, better, healthier life. Make America healthy again. That starts at home. So do your part and protect the health of you and your family. All you have to do is go to twc.health/Godzilla today and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10%. That's twc.health/Godzilla.
I would rather play with 10 people and just get penalized all the way until we got to do something else, rather than play with 11 when I know that right now that person is not sold out to be a part of this team. It is more about them than it is about the team. I cannot play with them, cannot win with them, cannot coach with them, can't do it.
Don't touch that dial. You found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Great to have you back. I'm your Godzilla of the Truth in America. Welcome to our first issue, our first panel of the D.C. Dispatch. In studio, Washington, D.C., Terry Gilberg with us. Thank you, Terry, for being with us.
You're welcome.
Myra Pickering is with us, long-term activist, former candidate for city council here in D.C. And of course, leading my panel is the vice chair of the D.C. GOP and my good friend and my political director, Christina Goodlander. So, Christina, thank you for being with us, and thank you for putting this together. Another panelist, Lindsay Rowland, couldn't make it today. We'll be getting her, and she's started a new organization, America First of Washington, D.C. Great organization. She's got a big show coming up, so we're looking forward to that. She'll be with us in the next couple of weeks as she gets some of her travel plans done. So, panel, welcome. We're going to take your calls as well. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. You want to weigh in, talk to the panel, ask a question, anything you want, 888-480-5646. This is a community, and we want to hear from you. Let's start with Terry Gilberg. Fudging these numbers. They started out, they were saying violent crime up in 2024, 2%. Now I find out it's 26%, 28%, 26-point gap. They're fudging the numbers. Internal investigations. This is not Kash Patel. This is their own IG, their own attorney general, their own internal navigating their way through this. Comer had his hearing on it. That's coming. This is a complete disaster. And the depth of it is stunning, Terry.
It's a
Gilbert.
cluster, as they say. I looked something up. There's an investigation with MPD, the DOJ, Attorney General, House Oversight, and the DC Office of Inspector General. That's how big this is. And that's where we go from here. Now, I'm most interested at this point with House Oversight because James Comer, who heads up Federal House Oversight, has already looked at tons of documents. But as of Monday, May 5th, he realizes so many other documents are there for him to review that he has said, I want to see every document, particularly of leadership. That would include former Chief of Police Pamela Smith and her commanders and downline from there. And even though there have been some firings, more heads are on the chopping block, I do believe. And where it's all going to go, I'm not exactly sure, but House Oversight will most likely bring more issues to the fore on this particular subject. It is huge. It is huge. And they got some splaining to do. One of the things that Pamela Smith had said, and this was not in her resignation, but she said, well, you know, there's before me, there was some numbers that were a little askewed. And I thought, before you? So this may have been happening for quite some time, John. And then it built up and built up and built up under her leadership. And most likely she thought she could get away with it.
You think Bowser knew?
Yes, I do. To what extent, I don't know, but I do think so. I do think so. Because Bowser kind of qualified and she kind of was squishy when she was called on the carpet about it. And that signals to me that she was aware of not necessarily a 26% gap, which is very, very big, but that this has been happening for some time. But it's okay because we want to appear to be tough on crime, even though we're soft on crime.
Well, you just want to be safe. And they were going around saying we don't need the National Guard because crime was only up to 2% or it was down or whatever they were saying. And now we find out it was through the roof. That's why Trump put the National Guard here, Christina.
Indeed.
It was Trump that broke the story.
Yeah. I mean, that their whole argument against the National Guard was we don't need them. Crime is down. Well, no, crime is up. So
it turns out they were saying crime was down 28% in 2024. It turns out it was up 2%. And what this really goes to show is that crime and chaos are a policy choice. And the root of this is toxic ideological shenanigans on the part of our left-wing DC council. Because this problem started in the early 2020s with the defund the police movement, to which many of our council members unfortunately subscribe. So they began a campaign against Metro Police Department. And according to the police union right now, even now, MPD is down 800 officers. Mm-hmm. And they have been engaging in ridiculous ideological experiments, such as violence interrupters, which for those of you who aren't familiar, it's basically paying gangsters to do something or other. I don't entirely know. But the program's corrupt, and one of our council members is in fact facing federal bribery charges for taking money in order to favor one of these groups of so-called violence interrupters over the other. So what President Trump did was restore order by bringing in the National Guard. And now actually crime is down.
Well, Myra, what is a violence interrupter? Do you have any idea what that is?
I have no idea what a violence interrupter would be. And again, speaking as a long-term citizen, as a mother who has raised her child here, and public safety was one of the key issues when I ran for city council. But this crisis is symptomatic of the corrupt one-party monopoly that has been in the city for about half a century and has not served our citizens well. And I know from dealing with the police in my neighborhoods, when I used to attend ANC meetings in person, every ANC meeting would start with a report from
What's
the local
ANC?
Advisory Neighborhood Commission. These are nonpartisan. The Advisory Neighborhood Commissioners are the lowest level citizen representatives in our local government. Okay, they're nonpartisan positions, and they represent what are called single member districts, which are about 2,000 or so people, including various business entities. They are re-wickered every 10 years after the census. I had been nominated and served on a redistricting commission at some point in the past. So this is a very local issue. And again, I want to tell you from my perspective, of knowing that the police department, the policemen who police our neighborhoods are high quality people. They are among the best trained people in the world.
I agree with that.
I have been to the training academy. They let me play with guns in Anacostia at the police training academy. And these people are some of the best trained in the world. So the people, the men and women who have boots on the ground, are doing God's work and are doing the best they can to keep our community
Well,
safe.
they're the ones that are getting screwed by these numbers.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're the ones that are getting screwed because
They-
they're not getting the resources because we're fudging the numbers, so you don't know what's going on.
Absolutely.
And I agree with you. I've always thought that that the DC cops are the nicest, most well trained that I've encountered in any city. And Ann and I have lived in a lot of cities.
Well, they are some of the best trained in the world. And again, the district is unlike many cities because we are not only a city with neighborhoods and homes, we are a federal district. And then there are a number of other law enforcement entities. There's the Capitol Police, there's the Uniformed Secret Service, there are a number of other entities that also... The park police, thank you, that also have jurisdiction here.
Right.
And when you have incidents such as the shooting at the Navy Yard some years ago, those situations are come as you are parties. Whoever is in the neighborhood is going to be the group that's going to be there first and that are going to be protecting our citizens and protecting the people who work in our city, who work in the federal government and in the various agencies and businesses that we have in our town. So they have a really difficult and unique circumstance, perhaps more difficult than in some of the other cities.
Because of the federal aspects of it. Terry, what does this do? We're down 800 cops, right?
That's a lot.
And I've told this story on the air. I've got a family member, Joe, goes to Maryland, plays baseball, has told us when my baseball career's over, whenever that may be, I want to be a DC cop. Right? I want to go and help fix the situation, criminal degree, whatever it is.
That's noble.
What's the degree? Criminology or something?
Probably.
Yeah. So it is noble. But what does this do for recruitment?
I think it's not good for recruitment, obviously. Unlike the noble effort of your nephew, you said?
Son.
Your son. Wow.
Joe.
Because they're looking at lack of leadership. They're looking at leadership not having their back. They're looking at what they see on the scene. Leadership then changes for something to make leadership look good rather than it was a felony, Miss Mayor, Miss Police Chief. It was a felony, Miss Mayor. It's a felony. I was there. I'm the officer on the scene. Oh, no, it isn't. It's a misdemeanor. I mean, what kind of cop wants to do that? Unless they're a bent cop. But when you've got bent leadership, why would you want to work for bent leadership? I wouldn't.
I think
if I was on the street, I wouldn't.
I mean, why would you be a cop when nobody's got your back? Right. And they're making you fudge numbers. I mean, you know what's going on. I mean, the cops on the street. The other great thing Trump did, it was the first thing he did, was get all the law enforcement entities together working as one. The ones you mentioned,
Yes.
Capitol Police, DC cops, Park Police,
Secret Service.
You got them all working together. They were all independent entities.
That's important.
That was
coordination is
that
key.
was huge.
Well,
here.
That
And-
was one of the lessons learned, again, from incidents like the Navy Yard shooting,
Right.
that there needed to be better coordination and very close coordination between all of the law enforcement entities in town.
How do we get 800 cops here? I mean, we're down 800. Some people say 1,000. Christina, that's a lot of police officers.
Yes, it is.
How do we get like 800 cops here? So my son after baseball comes, okay, now you're down to 799. Then what?
Primarily, one major issue is, as Mario was saying, our police officers need to know that the politicians, that our leadership has their back. And when we have, to this day, members of the DC Council who spew this anti-police rhetoric, who believe in defund the police, that makes recruitment very challenging, because the officers are afraid that they'll get into trouble, they'll face legal challenges, that they could be completely destroyed for taking necessary action in a violent situation. Our police force needs to know that the city has their back.
I mean, that's the bottom line.
Fundamentally, it means we need to elect new leaders in DC.
Right. Bingo.
And another point I think that's very relevant is I don't know personally who was the whistleblower on some of this that got to Trump's office, but there must have been a number of police officers that said, we're out of here, in terms of following the dictates of Pamela Smith, former chief of police. And
Yeah, there was a mass exodus.
And who among them leaked what was going on?
Somebody did.
We don't know, probably a number of them, but good for them. And I think there is a mood now, not just at the federal level, but also at local levels, that whistleblowers are to be listened to, they're to be appreciated, and come forward if you have something in your department. Because if you come forward with honesty, we will have your back, whomever the we is, whether it's federal or an ombudsman, perhaps. But that vibe needs to go out nationwide, I think.
No doubt.
Whistleblowers are fine. Please come
especially
forward.
when they're telling you that they're trying to expose the corruption that was going on in the police department. I don't think we've hit the tip of the iceberg. I think when Comer gets through with this, this thing is going to be ugly. We don't know how far up it went, down it went. It's going to be pretty ugly. All right, I'm going to get to another topic that doesn't affect anybody outside of DC, but it affects us that live here. So this is the most incredible thing, right? So we passed the one big, beautiful bill, which is, tax cuts for businesses, 20% crossover, where you no tax on tips,
Right.
no tax on overtime, right? All great. A lot of union people in this town work overtime, right? So when you live in DC, you got to file, you file your federal taxes, which we shouldn't have. Those should be gone. I'm in favor of just getting rid of those. Got to do it at the congressional level. But then you got to file your DC taxes, which is like, if you live in a state, it's like a state tax.
Yeah.
So you go to file the taxes, and we're under federal jurisdiction. So the one big, beautiful bill, federal tax, should apply to Washington, D.C. residents, which means no tax on tips. A lot of waiters here and waitresses.
Oh, yeah.
No tax on overtime. A lot of union workers here, right? All that good stuff. Cops, overtime, no tax on that.
Right.
So that's what it should be. And that's what, the DC Council says, no, we're not going to do that. We need the $600 million. So we're going to screw our own people, and you got to pay it. You can't take advantage of it. So then Congress says, no, sorry, that's not what we're doing. You're going to have to find a $600 million somewhere else to stop the fraud and the waste. So both the House and the Senate pass a bill that passed, President signed, said you're going to have to adhere to the one big, beautiful bill. Then the council says, oh, no, we're not. So then they sue. And here's what they're suing on. I mean, this is unbelievable. They're suing on the fact that, yes, the Congress has the authority, but they said that the U.S. Senate missed the deadline of passing it by 10 hours, a half a day.
Was that it? 10 hours?
10
I
hours.
thought it was a day. Okay.
It was a day, but it was, if you go down, it was 12 hours. They missed it by 12 hours. Therefore, everybody's screwed. They all got to pay taxes on tips. So what's happening now is everybody files an extension because they don't know what the taxes are. And you got these people running for council, and they're going, oh, we're pro-union, but they want to screw their union workers because they don't want to give them the tax break on their overtime. How do you even reconcile what the hell is going on here? Let's start with Goodlander.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, the DC Council spends like drunken sailors. We have the highest per capita government spending of any jurisdiction in the country, apart from maybe Alaska, but they have oil money. And yet half of our kids are not reading at grade level. We have problems with the roads. We're short 800 police officers. Our local government does not have it. But look, when President Trump passed the One Big Beautiful Bill and the council voted to basically decouple our tax code from theirs so that they could keep taxing tips and overtime, Congress said, no, you can't do that. And they went into full meltdown mode, right? The DC Council said, well, children will literally die because of this. We need the extra tax revenue, which is absolutely insane. DC does not have a revenue problem. DC has a spending problem.
Correct.
Our local government is corrupt and incompetent, and we need new leaders.
Right.
So, Mira, I mean, it's how does a council win this battle? How do they win? I mean, 12 hours a day late, and now they're saying everybody has to pay these higher taxes when Congress passed a law that said they didn't.
Well, this is appalling to me, both as a citizen and as a former waitress. In a past life, I was a waitress here in the district. She works hard for the money. I was a good one. I can tell you stories. Yes, I hustled and I was a good waitress, but that is hard work. That is very hard work. And in my campaign, I talked about this. I talked about, wanting to eliminate the taxes on tips and give these hardworking people a break because they deal with customers. They are frontline people. You are representing your establishment. You want the customers to have a good experience. There's a whole skill set involved there, which of course serves you all your life. It prepares you for motherhood and beyond. But I think this is part of the city council's war on small business.
Exactly.
The regulations, the impediments they put up to people who are small businesses during COVID, 20% of the businesses in the Georgetown Business District went under. And small businesses in this town have always struggled. Again, over the half a century that I've been here, I've known people who are 6th, 7th generation Washingtonians who have family businesses here. Many of them have voted with their feet and moved the business across the line to either Maryland or Virginia just to escape some of the burdensome regulations here in the district. And so this issue with taxes on tips. And then if you look at your bills, the restaurants and the city, I think, are conspiring against us, the consumers, because there are all these curious fees that, 3% this, 3% that. Am I the only one who's noticed this?
No, and what we found out that is, first of all, I always forget, thanks for reminding me, I always forget to ask for the 10% senior citizens discount. Because I'm a senior citizen, I always forget to ask for that. But restaurants have told us if you dispute it, they'll take it off. So remember that. All you have to do is say, I don't want to pay this. And they're like, fine, because the majority of people just pay it and then they tip on it. And especially a lot of people on expense accounts. But several restaurants that we go to here, now everybody knows what they are, right? We have our favorites, so that's all good. But Bobby Van's is our favorite. But Joe's, we go there once in a while. But they're like, all you have to do is say, we don't want to pay that. And they're like, okay, they just take it off the bill.
All right.
But because the people that don't say anything, they just pay it.
Well, that's good advice. And a lot of people don't know that. But
and figure that out.
It's wise to question this because these are, again, taxes for which we, the citizens, have not voted.
That's right.
So it's an additional tax on the citizens. It's an additional, and it takes away from the income that you would give to your waiter, to your wait staff.
The fact that Congress passed it and now they're suing because they missed it by 10 and a half hours or something. I mean, it's just absurd, the money grab. And it's against their own citizens.
Of course.
Right? And then they go and they say, oh, we're pro-union, having a big event with the unions. Well, those are all the people working overtime who you want to tax.
Yeah,
let
us keep our money. Let the workers keep their money.
All right, we got about a minute. We're going to have to sign off here. We're going to give you 1 minute. Terry, got the final word on this panel.
Well, I want to give one final word on the taxes on tips. To me, this is the talking point for Republicans. Why not? Why not? Why not push this point that leadership right now wants to tax the worker? Republicans don't.
Exactly.
That's the talking point.
That's going to be the final word. I hope you enjoyed our first edition of the DC panel. Want to thank our panel for being here, and they'll be here every week. I like the in-studio format. I like it.
Because we like you.
Well, thank you. Thank you. And we enjoyed it. So, Mary of Pickering, thank you for being with us. Terry Gilbert, thank you. My political director, Christine Goodlander. Isn't she great?
Great.
A smart lady. Yeah.
Thank you for having us, and thank you for letting people have a forum where they can appreciate some of the local issues here in the district. Thank you, John.
Very nice of you. Well, we're going to see you guys every week. We'll be back next week, right here, same time, same channel. I like you guys coming to the studio, though. I like it. Was it convenient?
Sure.
Okay. You come every single week. We got the camera fixed. Piece of cake. All right, we got to go. Hey, Michael Patrick Leahy show next, 10:30. We're breaking in special edition. We're covering the Pam Evitt press conference, Columbia, South Carolina, on redistricting, live at 10:30. See you then. For everybody else, Michael Patrick Leahy right now.
FM W224EB 92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth AM.
This hour from Town Hall, I'm Rich Thomason. There is extensive property damage across parts of Mississippi after powerful storms, including at least one confirmed tornado, hammered the state last night. Forecasters warn of the possibility of more severe weather across the southeast through the end of the week. Iran says it's reviewing a new U.S. proposal to end the war as President Trump threatens more bombing if no deal is reached. The BBC's Peter Bowes.
President Trump is now calling the war with Iran a skirmish. He insists it's going very smoothly and that any hardship caused to Americans because of high fuel prices will be short-term and worth it to stop Iran's nuclear ambitions. His latest statements about the negotiations with Tehran have been optimistic but vague. But there are few outward signs of a deal being imminent. With tensions across the region, an agreement between Iran and the U.S. remains elusive.
Today's AAA national average for a gallon of regular gas, $4.55. That's up 2 cents. From yesterday, the California average, $6.16 a gallon. Russia's defense ministry reports its air defenses shot down 347 Ukrainian drones overnight. This major attack comes after Moscow rejected Kiev's ceasefire earlier in the week. Drones were destroyed over 20 Russian regions, including Moscow. Investigating corruption allegations, the FBI has searched an office of powerful Virginia Democratic State Senator Louise Lucas. The federal raid in Portsmouth stems from an alleged bribery scheme said to involve a marijuana dispensary business. Watching Wall Street this hour, stocks have now turned mixed. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is down 49 points, while the Nasdaq trading 62 points higher. The S&P 500 index is 2 points in the red. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The leader of the largest country in South America visits President Trump today at the White House.
President Trump's posture toward Brazil and its current president has swung from negative when he imposed 50% tariffs last year and tied them to the prosecution of former President Jair Bolsonaro to this last October.
I think we'll be able to do some pretty good deals. We've been speaking, and I think we'll end up having a very good relationship. We always have had a good relationship.
Trump loosened those tariffs, and Brazil's finance minister says when President Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva visits the White House Thursday, tariffs will be on his agenda. But so will cooperation in fighting organized crime and Brazil's rare earth deposits, the world's second largest. The finance minister says while foreign investment is welcome, Brazil also wants to develop those raw minerals domestically. I'm Ben Thomas.
More news and analysis at townhall.com. They're leaving no stone unturned in the hunt for a couple of Americans who disappeared in Northwest Africa.
Over 600 military personnel are still searching in Morocco for 2 U.S. Army soldiers who went missing Saturday night while taking part in an annual multinational military exercise called African Lion. Amid conflicting reports, the two are believed to have been on a recreational hike and may have fallen and been swept out to sea. The Moroccan Navy released video showing aircraft scanning the ocean, canine crews scouring a rocky shoreline, and divers looking in underwater caves. A U.S. defense official told the Associated Press the search has covered more than 17 square miles of ocean and coastline. I'm Jennifer King.
Chief Justice John Roberts defending what he suggests is the impartiality of the U.S. Supreme Court. He tells a judicial conference in Pennsylvania that the justices are not political actors, says they make decisions based on the law, not on their personal policy preferences. More on these stories, townhall.com.
How much did you win at Rosie's Gaming Emporium?
Hi, I'm Jerry from Richmond. I won a $23,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
I'm Tammy. I'm from Newport News, and I just won a $5,400 jackpot from Rosie's.
Hi, my name is Kim, and I'm from West Virginia, and I won $99,000 jackpot at Rosie's.
Are you ready? Learn more about Rosie's rewards and jackpots at rosiesgaming.com. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-888-532-3500.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation. President Trump is already transforming Washington, D.C., making it the safest, cleanest, and most beautiful city in the world. But we need fighters on the ground to keep it going. I'm John Fredericks, and I'm running for chairman of D.C. GOP Ward 2 to make sure Trump's vision for this city becomes a reality. Safe streets, clean neighborhoods, and yes, rat-free. Go to MakeDCGreat.com. That's MakeDCGreat.com right now and send a donation. Let's finish what President Trump started. Donation limit $200. I'm John Fredericks, and I paid for this ad.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509. For $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Okay, we're about to start a special edition here on the John Fredericks Media Network. Thank you for joining us. Momentarily, we're going to interrupt regular programming across the country. We're going to go to Lieutenant Governor of South Carolina, Pam Evitt, who is holding a press conference today on her call for Governor McMaster to call a special session in South Carolina ASAP in order to fix the map that is now illegal. Their one gerrymandered map, the minority-majority map that the SCOTUS Supreme Court of the United States struck down as being unconstitutional. That's gone. But in order to do that, they have to have a special session and get new maps. Now, the problem is they have a primary. I believe it's June the 2nd or June the 9th. I think it's the 2nd. So they got a primary there. Pam Evitt, one of the candidates running for governor, very close race. There's going to be a runoff. There's a whole bunch of people in it. And what's going to have to happen is if McMaster does this, then the General Assembly will convene and they will have to push off the primary to get the new maps and get everything set. So a lot of the candidates don't want to do that, especially those that feel they're in the lead. So there's pushback on that. But we're going to go to her as soon as she starts. But it's going to take courage to get this done, like Jeff Landry did in Louisiana. This is not an easy lift because you got, party regulars don't want it. And if you're ahead in the campaign, you don't want it. It's all about you. But Pam Evitt saying, look, I'm right here in this race. I'd like to have the...
Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much. We were getting a lot of calls yesterday. Thought this might be the best way to get everybody together. We are seeing a lot of movement here in South Carolina. The governor last Friday talking to the General Assembly through a statement he made, basically saying, in light of what the Supreme Court has done, he wanted them to make sure that our maps were in line with that decision. We saw yesterday in the State House, sine die. It was added in. It was voted on late yesterday afternoon, early evening, however you want to look at that. And now it sits in the hands of the Senate. I will tell you that this has become a very important issue, not just here in South Carolina, but across the country, especially here in the Southeast, where you've seen a lot of movement happening on this. And, yesterday I probably was through 2/3 of our state traveling, and this is an issue that came up everywhere I was. Everybody coming up saying, Lieutenant Governor, thank you for, being a voice for this. Thank you for being one of the early voices in this. People for months, years, talking about districts where they didn't feel that they had a voice because it didn't matter how they voted. The election was going to go one way or another. So this stands to talk and address a broader problem of how do we get people feeling like their voices are going to be heard. So I think this is the time. We need to be bold. We need to move forward and make sure that our maps are in line with what the Supreme Court said that we should be doing here in South Carolina.
All right, at this time, we'll open the floor for questions. Joe Bustos with the state.
Hi, Lieutenant Governor. It's good to see you again. Part of the discussion with this is whether to change the calendar, and there's some move in there's some sentiment in the Senate about putting all the primaries together, moving them all back to sometime in August. Mm-hmm. What's your position on whether the primaries should be separated, just moving the congressional primaries back if we redistrict, and if they push back everyone's primary, how does that affect your campaign spending plan and fundraising?
Well, Joe, I am directly affected by this, but this is a much bigger issue than just me or my campaign. It's what is right. This is the right thing to do. I think there's a lot of people looking at this and saying, hey, is this constitutionally something can be done? And we can concentrate on that as they make those decisions. But first and foremost, we need to get this through the Senate. I believe this is one of the big things they were going to talk about today. Voting on if they agree with the sine die that the House put through yesterday. And so, like I said, Joe, it affects nobody more than me, but I feel strongly that this is something we need. This is something our nation needs. This makes us stronger as a country, makes us stronger as a state. But first and foremost, Joe, I think the one thing people aren't talking about, and I am boots on the ground. I've been boots on the ground for 8 years, talking with people all across South Carolina. This is something the people want. And it's something that I have said numerous times over the last 8 years, is we are elected to be the consolidated voice of our constituents. And I can tell you, any part of the state I'm at, there's becoming an overwhelming wave of support to say this is something we need to do.
Jessica Holdman with the South Carolina Daily Gazette.
Hi, Lieutenant Governor.
Hey, Jessica.
I wanted to get your thoughts on, I guess, the timing of this. We are roughly a month out from the primaries. Ballots have already gone overseas. Some ballots have actually already been mailed back in. Do you have concerns about voters' reaction to this and what it's going to cost, and ultimately what the end goal would be for, I guess, all of these trade-offs that we'd have to consider?
Jessica, great question. You know, it's like I said just a few minutes ago, I think we're seeing this unfold in real time. Unfortunately, that Supreme Court decision just came down. Timing is not great. People elect us to do hard work, and they elect us to do their will. And I think this is something we have to take into account on all aspects. But this is a very important issue that we're talking about now. And so although I think those are all valid questions, we need to see what the Senate's going to do. We have to see constitutionally what we can do. And, you know, saying that all these things aren't feasible, these become big talking points for the Democrats, right? They want to throw a lot of doubt into this. They want it to be said that it was going to make South Carolina better for them. It's just one thing that we have seen the Democrat Party do over and over again to try to rattle people and not get us to move forward, to get them to doubt what their gut instincts are telling them to do. And I am, you know, I was in the House yesterday when this was being voted on. I saw a lot of strong resolve for wanting to do what their constituents wanted them to do. Heard a lot of debate on both sides, but it got signed, it got done, and now we'll see what the Senate's going to do and how we, you know, if it's put in, if they vote on it, now we'll tackle all the other problems that may come down the road.
Oren Oppenheim, I think that's how you say your last name. My apologies if I got that wrong, from ABC News.
Thanks so much for doing this.
Hey, Oren.
Hi, nice to meet you. Are you concerned, or how would you respond to claims that any potential new map in South Carolina could potentially backfire or hurt Republican incumbents, or that there might be backlash to trying to unseat Jim Clyburn, given how long he served in the state?
Oren, this isn't just about one thing. It's about doing the right thing. South Carolina is a ruby red state. I believe that any way we draw the maps, that will show through. And, you know, again, like I said earlier, I think Democrats throw these things out because they want to derail what they see happening. I thank you to President Trump. On many levels, the president has always been able to come out and point out exactly what Democrats have done over the years and have kind of done under the cover of night, if you want to say it that way. Just look at the New England states, right? Where is the fair representation there? What the president has come out and said over and over again is conservative voices need to be heard. They have to have equal representation. The Supreme Court ruled in that same direction. And, you know, the governor was very clear in his statement that our map needs to make sure it's following the new ruling of the Supreme Court. And I believe that, you know, South Carolina will come out, as they always have, overwhelmingly red in support of Republican candidates. We have good candidates. South Carolina is moving in the right direction. Polling overwhelmingly shows that the people of South Carolina like the way this state is going. I think they're happy with the leadership that they have picked. And people are seeing it across the country. South Carolina, the fastest growing state in the nation. We're doing something right. Our record proves that, and the voters will show up for that stellar record no matter what our maps are. So I am not worried that any map would skew in favor of the Democrats.
Caitlin Bird with the Post and Courier.
Hi, Lieutenant Governor. Thank you so much. Hi, thanks for taking the time. A couple questions, but let's just take it two at a time, if that's all right for you. Just a couple of points here. South Carolina no longer has majority minority district. Clyburn's district currently sits at 45% when we're talking about Black voting age population, and these lines have been contested through the courts, both federal and state. How much money do you think the state should spend to reaffirm or uphold what multiple Supreme Courts have upheld? And have you seen the map that's circulating from the White House? And what is your impression of those lines?
You know, Caitlin, great questions. So, you know, if all of our districts are in line with the Supreme Court, then that's something that then it will prove that either right or wrong, your statement. That's what the governor is saying to do. That's what the Supreme Court is saying to do. That's what I've been saying to do. Let's put our map down. Let's look at the new guidelines of the Supreme Court. If everything's perfect, then everything's perfect. If it's not, then we have to make changes. And when you start talking about like cost, we'll have to see what that cost is going to be. But what is the cost to having like one of our most precious gifts being Americans is the ability to vote and have our vote really count? What is the price tag you put on that? For some people, they feel like they don't have a voice. And I have heard it, Caitlin. I mean, everybody on this call, I think, can attest to the fact that I have been a very accessible lieutenant governor. I have not only traveled the state since I threw my hat in the ring to be governor, I traveled the state multiple times a week as lieutenant governor. And so I don't get my interpretations from just polls or the internet or social media. It's what I see when I'm in districts all around. Yesterday, like I said, I started out in Greenville. I was up in the Rock Hill area. I was in Columbia and then ended down here at the coast last night. So circled a big part of the state. There was not one stop I made yesterday that somebody didn't overwhelmingly want to talk about this redistricting and the fact that they were very supportive and were saying, don't let up on this. You were one of the first voices we heard on it. And keep going. So that's what I'm hearing. Those are the people who elect me to be in office, and they expect us to listen to what they're saying, and I have been. And obviously, I commend the House because they're listening to what their constituents are saying too.
Jane Roblo from WYFF News 4. This will be the final question due to time.
Just kind of a follow-up on what others are saying too. But in your earlier statements, Lieutenant Governor, you said that all voices need to be heard and all votes need to count. And people feel like in some districts, when they go to vote, they don't feel like their vote really counts because of the districting. But that's something that Democrats have long complained about in the 3rd and 4th congressional districts. Again, I think this might have been Joe's question. Are you not concerned about what Shane Massey has expressed his concern that this may end up backfiring, that this may end up being a 5-2 Republican to Democrat congressional district state as opposed to 7-0?
So Jane, thank you so much. Always happy to see you on. You know, I think Senator Massey should listen to his constituents. I have a lot of support around the Edgefield-Aiken area. I have been getting text messages and calls saying this is what they want to see happen. And I have faith in the people of South Carolina. South Carolina consistently turns out for Republicans. I think Republicans and South Carolinians at large are happy the way the state's going. I am not concerned that all of a sudden we're going to change this map. And I say to the Democrats, they shouldn't have been fighting so hard in the House yesterday if they think that this is somehow going to be in their favor. So I think it's a bit of a conflicting statement. They're saying we don't want to do this on one hand, and on the other hand, they're saying, oh, this is going to work in our favor. I would think if they really thought that, they'd have had their hands up in the air voting and not challenging the sine die yesterday. And so, you know, I have always been about doing the will of the people. I think that is really important for us as leaders and elected leaders. I commend Donald Trump for listening to the people across this amazing nation. And we need to listen to our constituents. And so, you know, Senator Massey can have his opinion on that, but he should remember, too, who elects him to actually represent them. and go back out to his district and see what they're saying. And maybe he's getting something different, but I don't think that's the way it is. Because like I said, Jane, every place I stopped at yesterday, which was a pretty big swash around the state, people were coming up to me to talk about it. It wasn't a topic that I brought up. And so I'm getting my feedback from actual boots on the ground, not from polls, not from social media. It's what people want to see. And that is not a new sentiment. That is a sentiment that I have heard over the years when I have brought up getting out to vote. And why do we have this low turnout in the primaries? I think you and I have even discussed it in interviews. Why is it that only 13% of South Carolinians show up? And I think that's a lot of issues we've been wanting to tackle. That's a lot of issues that the president has talked about, is people want to feel heard. They want to feel like when they come out and make a stand, it's going to count for something. And I think this goes a long way to the people of South Carolina to know that we're listening to them. We want to make sure that they're represented when they come out, and we want to encourage them all to get out and vote.
All righty, everyone. Thank you for joining. If you have any further questions, feel free to reach out to me directly at matt@pamelaevitt.com or press@pamelaevitt.com, and we'll be happy to follow up. Thanks again for joining. Have a great day.
Okay. That was worth its weight in gold. This woman is an absolute beast. This Pam Evitt running for governor. She's got my vote. She's got my full endorsement today. This lady has got a pair. I mean, look at what she said. I've gone around the state and everybody wants it. The Democrats are battling the House. The House votes for it. They're battling it. Then they say, well, we're going to pick another seat up. Well, then why are you battling it? Then you should be applauding it. I mean, all they want to do, they just gerrymandered in Virginia 10-1 with districts that look like snakes and lobsters. I mean, it's ridiculous what they're doing. And they're trying to call out Pam Evitt or Governor McMaster for this. And now it's up to the Senate again. Hey, I got a news flash. I got a news flash for state senators in South Carolina that might not want to do this because it's not good governance or whatever nonsense they spew out. Or it could be 5-2. See Indiana. 7 primaries, 6 out. You want to get ousted? Vote no. You want to save your seat? You like your job as a state senator? Vote yes. I mean, this is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. The fact that this lady had a press conference, took questions, and then let our network air this live like we are doing now, breaking radio countrywide, is amazing. I mean, this is the kind, if you're a Republican and you want to fight back, this is the kind of leadership you need. This woman is what you need. I mean, I'm blown away. I mean, there is a new movement of MAGA. It's called MAGA 2.0. And it is young, vibrant fighters with guts like this young lady. I mean, unbelievable. You got to fight for what you believe in, and you got to be able to stand up. And if you looked at the questions by my colleagues, every single question was, why are you doing this? Don't do it. It's going to hurt the Democrats. That's basically every question, right? It's going to hurt the Democrats. How much money is it going to cost? Well, let's see. It's not going to cost as much money as taxpayers are losing in hundreds of billions of dollars of fraud in California, New York, Minnesota, Ohio. I could go down the line. Washington, D.C. I go right down the line. Not going to lose that. It's a tiny little pittance of that. Well, what about, campaigns? I don't care about campaigns. Tell them I care. Well, campaigns are going to it's going to have fundraising. Well, go out and fundraise like I do. I mean, you got to follow the law. You follow the law and you got the will of the people. I don't know what the holdup is. One man or woman with courage makes a majority. This is the kind of fight we're looking for. This is the kind of leaders we're looking for in MAGA 2.0. Right there, you saw it. That's why I carried it. And they had the courage to carry this nationally. Because if it goes off the rails, it's national coverage. It's all there. So I commend the lieutenant governor for doing this and for fighting for it. And right now it's going to be up to these state senators. I don't know what number of majority they need or what they have. I haven't done the math. But I tell you what, you want to vote no? See Indiana Tuesday night. Because if you vote no, well, I hope you like retirement because that's where you're going because you will get wiped out just like we did in Indiana. MAGA rules this party. Sorry. It's not the rhinos. It's not the good governance Republicans. It's not the let's play kumbaya. And the argument of guys, well, the Democrats are saying, they could pick up 2 seats. Great. Have it out. Then they should be happy then. They should vote for it. Right? But the reason why they're going crazy is because they know they have nowhere to go. And she laid it out when she said, Republicans get 45% of the vote in New England. And you know how many seats they have? 0. Among what? 8 states. So this thing is nonsense. Follow the law and do the will of the people. And if you do that, you're going to be successful. But in order to be successful going forward, you need leaders. Leaders. I'm looking for leaders. I'm looking for courage. Hey, we're starting to find them, these governors, right? DeSantis, 10. Landry, 10. Tate Reeves, Mississippi, 10. Bill Lee, Tennessee, 10. Soon to be Governor Blackmer. These are leaders. Kay Ivey, Alabama, 10. Pam Evitt could be governor, lieutenant governor, 10. McMaster, 10. Brian Kemp, Georgia, 0. We're looking for leaders as we move into a new era of leadership for MAGA and for the Republican Party. Young, vibrant, courageous, principled, integrity, no fear. That's how you win. And that's what you got today, yesterday from these other governors, and today from who I think will be the next governor, Pam Evitt. I think there was a home run that she hit, poised, principled, direct, prepared, on point. Good luck to her in her campaign. Thank you for doing this. Look for leaders as we go into 2028, as we go into a new world. I'm going to call it MAGA 2.0, the Ken Paxtons of the world. This is going to be the new leadership within our movement. And Pam Evitt right there. She should be congratulated for opening this up to the national media so that everybody could see it. John Fredericks Media Network. Hope you enjoyed it. Now back to Patrick Leahy and regular programming. Thank you.